I have a wonderful electronic invention I want you to see.
We got to the point where we could control the laws of nature by guidance and electronics.
Hello everyone and welcome to the Verizon Game Changers North America main event. We had some sick games going down yesterday. I'm Ender here on the desk with Gompers and Athena.
Done. It's P versus 20. Benita. Okay, quick. The one crosshair. The clutch from Inverse.
Oh no, I forgot Inverse still alive.
Out first. Deal with this spike. How does Inverse keep getting away with murder? Shot from Stary to wave goodbye to Send Otters on map 1. Able to shut down. Oh, here is safe of Send Otters. Not a moment to make a mistake. Is Avery now has a 1-4.
Oh my god, she every single round here for this set. He's now becoming a TDM.
Wow. Khaleesi, queen of duelists, there's no shot. Khaleesi, you made her mad, and it's the ace! Let's go! Ghost Gaming hoping to climb deeper into this bracket. The high-low sends May even lower. 38 rounds later, Ghost Gaming reach top 4.
Really scary shark to beat her to the punch and perpetually now it's like, whoa! Hopefully that'll prime these players on be a bit better.
Showing the wall, waiting for you to come through, and now the team once again is Wolf much better on each other. The teammate goes down enough for Lydia. No way.
SRG on track to close out their match. Takes 13-5.
Get one? No. Puppy Days is gonna pull out a kill.
Chill, yeah, that'll get out. Or they wouldn't have done this contract starts still delayed, and even then, look at
It doesn't have to be on. Oh, the flashes are there. I think SRG knows that's going to be a bunch of long rifles, but Dota not still puts
Same
up.
thing they didn't beat! 13-4, 2-0 victory. They don't let history get changed. They troop on forward in their lower bracket run, eliminating another team in their wake.
Well, if that video didn't get you hype, you better get ready. Welcome everyone to VALORANT Game Changers NA Stage 1 presented by Verizon. We are closer than ever to changing the game, and I cannot wait to see how our matches today shake up. I'm your host for today, Sierra Dawn, and join me on the analyst desk, we have Emily and Van Silly. Emily, this has been so much fun to watch. These matches closer than ever. It's a bracket that's just been so unpredictable. I cannot wait to dive into today.
But I think that's what we all love about Game Changers this time around. I feel like in the past, you know, you could always kind of guess who was going to be the top 2, top 3. This one, I feel like no one could have guessed. Like if someone showed me their pick'ems and they had 100%, I would not believe you at all, because we've had so many upsets. We've had insane lower bracket runs. And also just, if you saw by that hype video, so many insane solo plays that we could build a whole montage out of. And it's just been so exciting every single day.
I feel like finally now we could stop lying to the community, right? Because every single time it's like, oh yeah, somebody's finally gonna be able to get really close to beat SRG right now, or to beat the next FlyQuest or the Wadada or something like that, and it's like every stage is so close, and then boom, it's always SRG that wins, and then they always go to GCC, and then they always pretty much make it to the finals. Now finally, for sure, the story has changed a lot, and I think it shows as well with the roster changes recently from SRG, which we'll get to talk a little bit about later today. But at least if you're focusing on the bracket right now, though, guys, it's really impressive to see, though, in your top 4 are actually organizations that you're not used to, or teams you're not used to seeing in the past. Outside of SRG and Fly, SwimTrek Blue and Ghost Gaming is brand new, and I'm here for it.
Though when you're talking about seeing some unfamiliar names, it does also kind of go back to the more things change, the more they stay the same, with FlyQuest Red also being up there in that upper semifinals, right? A Ghost Gaming that's going to be fighting for an opportunity to stay in it. And of course, SRG doing SRG things, even if it is in a little bit of a different fashion this go around. But of course, with only 4 teams remaining, the competition is getting tighter than ever. And if teams... I mean, if there is any hiccups to work through, they better get done real quickly, because there is no place left to hide. We have 2 big matches up on the day, of course. Starting up, it's going to be looking at that uppers match to see who is going to find themselves a spot in that grand finals, where, of course, for that lowers, that Ghost Gaming versus SRG, an opportunity to stay alive in all of it. But let's focus in on our very first match of the day. FlyQuest Red going up against SwimTrek Blue, one of my favorite names in all of this, by the way. This is going to be a really hype match. But Emily, this is also a match we've seen play out before out in Swiss.
Yeah, and to be fair, that was like a month and a bit ago, but SwimTrek absolutely had FlyQuest's number. It was a pretty quick series, a 2-0 actually. But I just want to say, like, they performed so well, even with their previous roster that they had. And going into today's matchup, I'm obviously expecting a lot of different changes. You know, FlyQuest Red is a team that loves to kind of be in control and have set plans, and there were a lot of cracks shown in their gameplay. Whereas for Swim, they're such a sporadic and surprising team that at any point an individual can step up and really take over the rounds. And they're also just such a hard team to kind of counter or really read, because they're kind of like what Envy used to be back in Challengers before, you know, they ended up ascending. And it's really cool to see. But like I said, there's been a month time, a lot of changes and improvements. I mean, you can tell by the standings, the fact that both of them are here in this upper final. So I'm excited. I think it's going to be really hype.
Yeah, I think if you want to add on to what was happening with the series between these two teams, it was also when Neon was still quite prominent and something that FlyQuest wanted to try to utilize at best. But when you're looking at the compositions as well, for example, on Lotus, they went for no Senti with a flasher in Sky, and I have a feeling you're trying to be a little bit more explosive here on your attack side, but the defense is going to be super hard to deal with no matter what, and they definitely did struggle on the defensive side against SwimTrek Blue. And in that second map too, you tried to use a little bit of Neon, but there's not enough util that slows down like the Phoenix play that you had on the other side. So I feel like even from the results from that series, FlyQuest went on to even change a little bit their looks, their aspects, their outlooks, and even their compositions going to the later weeks. So I'm expecting for something totally different again today if we have to play the same maps again today.
Though I'm excited to see how much has changed since that rematch, but looking over at the roster for SwimTrek Blue, where this gets to be difficult is when you are talking about those Envy style teams here, Emily. When you have a team that just kind of has that firepower, they have that unpredictability that goes along with it. And of course, we're adding another variable into this when we are looking at a recent roster switch coming on out with Sleepy Aria, formerly Femboy, joining the fray.
Yeah, I mean, Sleepy Aria has definitely been a great addition for this roster. I think when it comes to like their big game plans and playstyle, not too much has changed, right? Like every now and then you'll see Chirad kind of pop off on that chamber. You'll see Bob pop off on that duelist. And now Sleepy Aria is popping off as mostly a Neon flex, which is really nice to see because it works so well with their playstyle. You can have so much chaos going in with their double duelist comps that they like to run on one side, leaving so much room for Trot on that chamber or whoever's lurking to kind of open up different routes. And it never feels like you can tell what they're doing because they're so spread out. They love going for individual picks and kind of basing it and speeding up off of those. So it's very unpredictable. And I think FlyQuest, they tend to struggle when they get disrupted, which I think SwimTrek is going to be great at doing.
I think it's a great example, as you mentioning, that they kind of look like an Envy from the past in Challengers here, Emily, because if you're thinking about it, for Glowstick, Sherrod, and Corrupt, they all played for quite a long stint in GC, most recently with YFPX. And then for Bob, it was basically Bob with Sherrod and Corrupt playing with Blue Otter for the Challengers of last season. And now they're the pure definition of players that are just grinding and making sure that the synergy is always going to be on point, because you're playing on both Challengers and GC at the same time with Sherrod, Corrupt, and Bob currently here with Rose. So I think when it comes down to, yes, you're trying to be unpredictable from time to time with individualistic plays because they have the firepower for it. But I think when it comes down to being able and comfortable to make these plays, is because you already know how to play off against each other as well for this team.
I want to focus back on the new addition to this roster, who is certainly not a new addition into the game changer scene, and talk about Sleepy Aria, especially too when you're going into the main event and you do have a switch. You might be worried about that synergy, anything else with the team, especially when it is such a unique play style coming on out from this team of SwimTrek Blue. But for Sleepy Aria, I mean, Emily, looking at their play in the past, this just seems like such a good fit. And I love that we can see the flex play coming along with a team that does flex around so often.
Yeah, and I love that, you know, she's still running with that Neon and looking so good on it. Like, one thing that I really admire about Aria's playstyle is they're not just like an entry duelist getting info, maybe getting a pick here and there. No, they will go and they are able to get so many multi-frags, whether it's a 2K, whether it's a 3K. Like I think in their last series, they had like over double digits in, or maybe 10 2Ks and then 3Ks and 4Ks on top of that. Like they feel unstoppable, and the way that they play fits Aria's playstyle so well that it just allows them to play so free. Like they can really do whatever they want and the team will be there to back her up, and it just works really well and allows Aria to just pop off.
Yeah, the fun thing about Aria too, and I even had a chance to speak with him before going to this game, we're like, yeah, Ever since I've joined Swimtrek Blue in the last 2 games I played, I was frying, and it's just easy for me to fry when the rest of my teammates around me are just that good as well, right? So even if they're gonna have an off day potentially today, if they have an off day, because you know with What I Die was always like up and down in terms of performances too, but at least you could count on the rest here at Swimtrek Blue to put up those numbers, and they're gonna be able to win as a team.
I mean, I'm so curious, again, focusing on the fact this is a rematch, looking at FlyQuest Red, because as called out, it was a team that kind of looked at a couple of things after taking that loss last time around. And looking at the caliber of players on this team, Vans, I mean, this is a team that is more than capable of pulling themselves back up and taking the wins. These are some GC stars.
Yeah, I super love this team for FlyQuest for sure. I think even going into this year, having a chance to even speak to Miss Harvey, they were talking about, or she was talking about how the team in itself was going through like a whole combine, trying to figure out the best players that could really fit under the leadership of Thea, or just in general that fits into the image here of FlyQuest Red. And then this is a roster that they come up with, and I think it's a roster that already put up numbers and showed results instantly as soon as they came in together. They didn't have to reinvent the wheel too much. I think they were able to build up on what was built already in the past by adding even players that are able to fit those roles perfectly. I think you could maybe attest to maybe the culture, Emily, around FlyQuest, since you had a chance to play with them in the past as well.
Yeah, no, they're a very supportive kind of system. They're always trying to uplift people. And I think for this roster, it's worked a lot. And you can kind of see it pay off the more games that they play. They're so good at kind of knowing what they need to improve on and working on it. Like when I was talking about how this is a rematch and it was FlyQuest versus Swim last time around, I felt like they started to panic a lot of the time when they got disrupted, when things weren't going their way. They had a hard time kind of figuring out what to do or where to go from there. But this time around, FlyQuest has been on fire. I think their defense halves are specifically impressive just because that they have these set protocols that they're so good at playing around on attack. I think they've improved being able to kind of have a little bit of a rebound or a comeback when they do get disrupted. And they're just so good at kind of forming plans on the fly now. Haha. That was for you, Vance. That was for you.
I love it.
But no, and it's great to see. So as long as they keep on focusing on being able to kind of play a little bit more tight together, they should have no problem going into today.
I mean, I want to talk about, I mean, one side we are like, oh my gosh, this Neon has been frying. We got to talk about the Neon frying on the side of FlyQuest Red, though, and talk about Edith, because oh my gosh. Any of the duelists that Edith is picking up, by the way, amazing. But like the Neon has just been top notch, Emily, and I'm so excited to see the impact in today's match.
Yeah, and I think we will see that. I think Edith has been an insane entry duelist for FlyQuest at really opening up these rounds, because a lot of their team play, especially on that attack side, does revolve around setting Edith up, or on defense, getting Edith an op in their hands as soon as possible, and it works so well. It makes sense why they put so much emphasis around Edith, because Edith can have these moments where they just pop off and completely secure a round for them. And as long as they're able to kind of continue to give Edith that support, continue to kind of guide Edith so that they can really start opening up these rounds for them and continue this pattern and kind of not allow Edith to get shut down. And also just, like I said, being a little bit more supportive, because I find when FlyQuest gets a little bit disruptive, when they're not exactly on the same page, Edith kind of gets let out alone, but they've been improving so much on that. So I'm excited to see how much Edith can bring to the table today.
I think this is why it's super cool as well for Edith. I got to talk about their growth ever since Gen G until now. They've been really looking to be very comfortable in playing a duelist role, right, from when they first started in Gen G as Raze and Chamber until now. That said, though, even most recently for FlyQuest, I talked about redefining and trying to find their identity going to the later games. We even saw Edith playing a little bit more Waylay and Jet outside of the Neon because of the Neon nerfs too. So now you have a little bit of like different looks and aspects that you can bring if you're looking to like anti or different strat book against your opponents just to keep them on their toes. So I wouldn't be surprised here as well if we see Edith walk away here from this Neon for this matchup today.
Okay, well, let's start looking at today's matchup and get into our map picks and bans. The match is almost ready, gamers, but of course we have to figure out where we are going. Is a rematch, but we're not going to be able to see that repeat, Van. It's going to be Breeze to be starting us out.
I'm quite excited to see Breeze coming up as well, because FlyQuest, I haven't had a chance to watch their game yet, but I was looking back at like their composition history, and they have a Teo in here. I think the Teo, I think some teams have tried it out towards the MEA side where, you know, I'm thinking of just great Armageddons to overtake like B sites, for example, and just really flood out. But outside of that, you're trying to leverage like the same type of style so that you are able to set up something like Edith to be able to pop off with maybe a jet roll, for example.
Yeah, and the bans to me make perfect sense because obviously in their rematch last time around, Fly ended up trying to run that Lotus and it just did not work out for them. I think you're right when it's going to be very exciting to see Fly feel a little bit more confident on Breeze, because it used to be a map that they were pretty more often than not willing to ban. So seeing them pull out this comp, also, yeah, you're right. They run that double controller Teo and it works really well for them. I think Joe even released a tweet about how they're experimenting with the comps and it's finally nice to see it pay off. So I love seeing teams be a little bit more creative, but on the side of Swim, they also kind of run comps and ages depending on what they're feeling that day. Sometimes we'll see some double duels with ISO, sometimes we'll see a solo ISO on some odd maps here and there. So going into Breeze and Fracture, two maps where you have to kind of be very fluid and kind of play around your teammates a lot more, it is going to be really exciting.
Yeah, this is only the second time you're playing this map here for FlyQuest Red, right? We'll talk about it in a second once we get to the second map, but Fracture is going to be a super easy game, should be an easy game for SwimTrek, so I wouldn't be surprised to see this to go into a 3 mapper, but I'm loving this Phoenix pick so far here from Sharad, Emily.
No, me too. I actually really do think Sharad is kind of unstoppable when it comes to the Phoenix, as long as Arya, Arya, yes, sorry,
yeah.
the names are confusing me a little bit. No, as long as Arya is able to kind of make space, and with this double wall comp that they're having, I think they'll have no problem not only making that space but keeping it, and even being able to fight up a little bit more through their own walls to try and disrupt FlyQuest, because FlyQuest, they're starting that defense. You know they're gonna have set retakes coming in, so as long as SwimTrek are still able to kind of push past and try and disrupt or cause some sort of chaos and not allow FlyQuest to play into their own game, this should be a pretty interesting first half.
And this is another different comp as well coming out on Breeze for SwimTrek one more time. And it's a little bit of a variation of the 100 Thieves composition, because they're still going super slice with the Neon, the Phoenix, and the Harbor, but also adding the Viper on top of that for that conditioning play. Their weaknesses right now is not having a pure Senti to really have active info in their defense. So that could be a pain point when FlyQuest takes the attack.
Two teams that have showed up so much throughout this bracket, and of course a rematch. It's time to see, heading into Breeze, who's going to take the first map, put them one step closer to the grand finals. With your casters, it's going to be Shift and Ash to take you through.
Thank you, friends. Yeah, really good breakdown of the desk. I think just laying out where all the strengths for both these two teams have been so far throughout, not just the stage of the Swiss, but also here in the playoff bracket. I'm pumped. This is going to be a banger upper bracket final.
It really is, especially with it being a rematch on top of that, the familiarity between these two teams, watching them kind of develop across a variety of metas, right? With how long that Swiss stage was. It started out like mid-April. We've had a lot of variations of Valorant with the patches that have come through and the changes that we've seen. I think that it's a very kind of new age look that we're seeing out of the side of SwimTrek Blue. FlyQuest also getting creative with this Breeze composition. I'm excited to see this head-to-head.
Yeah, it's going to be a fun one. And I think just kind of reflecting back on what we've seen from Breeze to this point, we're getting a lot of really mixy, scrambly battles very quickly. So it makes sense, I think, on one side to see the Neon and the Phoenix. But I think for FlyQuest, this is kind of an early adaptation to say, hey, we can slow down double duelists by adding a Teo in the mix with this guy. So it'll be interesting, I think, to see if it's like the unstoppable force or the immovable object that works out. And hold on a second, we've got a big punch over towards Elbow. Well read, though, by Swim. Really good curveball come through. And that's going to be enough for Swim to come away with the trades, leaving just Melia, the last one left.
Yeah, 3v1 situation here for Melia is definitely going to be a tall order to ask from her, but overall, she's one of those players that is such a heavy hitter. You can definitely trust her in these clutch moments. Able to isolate the one, but Bob with a quick trade. I think a great reaction there from SwimTrek Blue once they got that heads up on the push that was coming down Elbow on the side of FlyQuest. You're talking a little bit about the delay potential, right, from the Tahoe, from the Viper, as well as the Astra and the FlyQuest composition, but I actually don't want to see them leaning into that too much. I do like the proactivity that we just saw in the pistol round, but if you're really thinking about how quick Sleepy Arya is when it comes down to those entries, how fast Sharad will be on those follow-ups as well, they're the type of team that's going to get past that utility before you even have the chance to truly set it down.
At least that's the idea, right? And I think that's interesting to kind of see FlyQuest playing this composition and obviously trying to be very mobile while also still being very stall out. And I think it just builds that versatility that you're talking about. Like, they could choose to just control space, delay, or because you don't just have to rely on a sentinel, you can play with a little bit more mobility, take away space. So it kind of gives you a multitude of options. Whereas, I don't want to say it's one-dimensional for Swim, but you know what you're going to get. It's going to be dissection, breakdown of the site, holding on to the Viper's toxic screen till late in the round, using the high tide, and then it's just straight action afterwards. So Swim going to take their first effort back over towards this B position. It is just classics for FlyQuest, so it should be pretty casual here.
Yeah, definitely should be. You say that about the maybe lack of dimensionality in the Swim composition of things, but honestly, things get pretty crazy. We saw it yesterday in VCL with a very similar comp in that core versus FlyQuest VCL Challengers team game. So I think that there is a lot of opportunity, especially with that space creation. I feel like that's where we're really going to see that Taeho come into play, is clearing out a lot of those angles that SwimTrek will allow themselves to get into because of the coverage that this comp can provide for those repositions.
Here comes the full flood. If there is going to be an effort, otherwise FlyQuest may just sit here, wait for the spike to about to detonate and just give away their lives. Find out, smoke comes through, there's the flash, gonna give this a go. Arya up close and personal. Gerard will be the first to drop. But the follow-up is still a little bit more punishing than you would have figured. Bob is watching the cross. They're gonna have no problem cleaning that up. It's just down to one, not gonna happen. Bob takes 3, SwimTrek. A little bit more dicey than you'd like here in the anti-eco. Will soften up the bonus just a touch, but all things told, still fine.
Yeah, I think FlyQuest is going to be decently happy with what they're able to take away from that round. You've got Thea, who's also 2 away from that Cosmic Divide from coming up here as well. But into the bonus that we were talking about, SwimTrek, because of how they manage their economy in that anti-eco round, are actually going to be able to force up quite nicely into the bonus. And you also have a Reckoning to play with here for Corrupt. This is a very convertible round here for SwimTrek.
Absolutely it is. Yeah, pretty much full rifles except for the one stinger in the hands of Arya, who's going to be up close and personal anyways, so it doesn't really make much of a difference what weapon they're able to pick up. First look over towards a potential A execute. You see all the pings kind of breaking down what's going to go where and when. And Thea is going to be in some trouble. There's the high tide. There's the late wall. Again, look how much this breaks down this site. Reckoning going to come through. It should have affected the Teo, but there's so much separation that they might be okay. Thea's going to find the first. They will drop. Back at the site. Glow stick good for another. Jazz at least respond with one good snake bite, putting some vulnerability and a little bit of damage in. But this retake is looking pretty hard pressed. So once more, it's just good creation of space. Jazz needs to win this battle. Not going to happen. And it's looking really strong here for SwimTrek, and they will find Edith, and that will likely be about it. Melia, last one left, has a 1v2 in front of him, and if you're SwimTrek, you just back off, play a clutch position on the angle of the spike. It should be a bonus win here.
Yeah, this is super comfortable. You've got Arya going for that jump peek as well. Melia knows that she has to push forward to try and get a pick of some sorts. It's just not going to happen at this point. A nice round here for the bonus for SwimTrek. Blue is, Arya plays with food a little bit.
Yep. Playing with food a lot of it. 3-0 start for SwimTrek. And keep in mind, this is FlyQuest map pick. They just lost the bonus. And it's another one of those things, kind of talking about the harbor being inserted into the picture here. A really solid start for Corrupt, to be sure, but also just good collection of orbs and knowing who's going to plant to try to get that early reckoning up. And you can see it coming across the site there. I mean, there's just no chance to Taeho to get involved besides just sitting in between 2 pieces of water. So great stuff for SwimTrek, and now all of a sudden you start to bring in the conversation of things like the run it back, which is already at the ready.
Yeah, that's gonna get farmed up very quickly for Sherrod. That is for certain. Early Trailblazer goes out and does get broken. I like the relay bolt just to deny any sort of early peek there from the side of FlyQuest. I think that's kind of more of what we're going to continue to see on the FlyQuest defense, right? Util just being used to try and set Edith up on some long lines. Obviously, different story for this round because it is an eco on the side of Fly, but I think that's more what we're looking at for the utility for this defensive-sided team as opposed to that stall. They're really trying to set Edith up with some picks, and that's kind of always been the game plan for FlyQuest. When you have a player like Edith, you want to set them up for that success in these duels.
Well, FlyQuest is going to feel pretty comfortable in their setup right now, considering that they just have Sheriffs and a Guardian, because they killed off about half the round and still have some aggressive angles to get extra information on before this hit eventually ends up on the A site. And yeah, FlyQuest have read this nicely. They're going to have 4 players in position. We'll see if they can convert. The Toxic Strain for the attack of Swim Trek will isolate Thea just a touch. Deep smoke on the way. Here comes Ari. A flash on the corner. Well timed, but it's Stevie for 1. Now it's just down to Arian, trying to get more space around the site, takes a bit of damage, trying to find the Tejo on the outside of the pyramid, but Jazz has got the cross, and this is looking really solid for FlyQuest. Bob to find 1, then a second. Nice shot up close and personal, and Melia will be the last one left alive. 1v2, definitely clutchable. Glow stick already on for the plant, and Bob's going to shut down the contest, and Swim Trek will stay perfect 4-0 up.
Swim Trek, this is a team that's just so mechanical. They're so brawly, exactly what the desk was highlighting. And I think a bit of the conversation that people have had around this Swim Trek Blue roster is how they have that kind of very Rankers-esque vibe to them, right? Where they're always just looking for those firefights. Any one of these players having that mechanical ability to absolutely pop off and take over in these rounds. And Bob has yet to die. 7-0 for her to kick things off here. And FlyQuest into this buy round, they're going for an aggro 2-pronged approach here, trying to crunch these players outside of A.
Yeah, I like the idea, but the offensive utility is going to come through as well. Bob with the push off 1, good vulnerability, and it's going to be a 3-for-1 exchange. Gosh, this is so frustrating for FlyQuest. I mean, you saw it on the opening pistol, trying to get aggressive, trying to set something up, show some initiation, shut down. You see it here in round 5 on their second gun round, nothing. Unbelievable start here for Swim Trek.
I think what's so impressive about the Swim Trek Blue roster is that they're this team that's constantly ready to get aggressive, but how quickly they also then react to counter aggression from the opposing side is so nice to see. Like they were poised, ready, looking to hit outside of that A site. They hear the aggression coming through, and they're so fast to throw down that snake bite, throw down, you know, any piece of utility that's going to help with that additional stall. And for FlyQuest, they are going to call a timeout now, have a bit of a discussion about what has been working, what hasn't been. We've seen in different iterations of the aggression that's been coming through Shift. But again, when Swim Trek are shooting back the way that they are, it's so hard for anybody to really get something started here on the side of Fly.
Yeah, I hate to be, you know, negative Nancy here, but talking about what's working versus what's not a lot is working right now. Plenty of things are not working. And that causes, I would say, some major concern. Like, just generally, when you take a look at, okay, we haven't had any good reactionary gameplay. We have not done anything on these initiating crunches that has worked out. And yeah, you've had a couple of great moments, but largely speaking, these rounds have been comfortable from start to finish for Swim Trek, outside of maybe a chance in a 1v2, but they've held numbers, and I want to say they've had first blood in every single round so far.
Yeah, I would say for the most part, if not every single round, it has gone the way of Swim Trek for those openers, which definitely does make it a bit tougher there for FlyQuest to find that momentum into a round. Overall, also difficult, I think, Edith on that Jet. This is a meta that's definitely been more favorable for them as time has gone on, especially running that solo duelist here for the FlyQuest camp. But unfortunately, just hasn't really had any opportunity to get anything set up. We'll see if this aggression does pan out here against Bob.
Well, Bob's just going to respect that some antics could be happening. Going to take back somewhat of an angle, but instead is just going to join up the homies over towards the front door at B. Glowstick going to get the Owl Drone out first, able to see that the Viper's playing on the back side of the site outside. That'll be enough for the Blaze Wall to get Sherrod back in. Yep, good isolation of that space. Melia's now just pulling a 1-for-none angle. The rest of Swim Trek making their way on. Good curveball, perfect from Sherrod. Next one in the corner. Fastling going to block off that entry point. Maybe an opportunity here for Thea, able to get one, but the immediate trade is there. And for FlyQuest, now it's just down to, can we even get through our defensive spawn through arches?
At this point, it's one of those rounds where you're just trying to see if you can, you know, take a pick or two if anything, very realistically, don't expect to have that retake work out on the side of FlyQuest. Just going for a couple of exits, not going to happen. Bob's going to shut that down.
Yep.
And overall, I think a bit of the discussion between the duelists on the side of SwimTrek versus FlyQuest there for Edith is the fact that, again, we've highlighted how the game plan comes with Edith getting set up. I think that now with the operator in play, there's a lot more opportunity for FlyQuest to control one of these deep lines with a sniper rifle. But the big highlight shift, I think that for the duelists on the side of SwimTrek, you've got a Neon, you've got a Phoenix, where they have that ability to set themselves up. They're not as reliant as Edith on that jet to have their initiators really assist in those moments to help with those frags, and they're very self-sufficient in that kind of way.
Well, I'll tell you, we're in round 7, and FlyQuest with full weapons and ultimates has to win this round. Sherrod already putting on some pressure through the Armageddon. Trades are good for SwimTrek, and it's just another set play that doesn't work whatsoever here for FlyQuest. Quick hit through mid, followed up with the aggression from main, and an Armageddon comes up completely empty without much deterrence whatsoever towards this offensive look. So now all of a sudden you're in a 3v5 and you might be considered a savior if you're FlyQuest.
Yeah, you already have Sherrod also like searching for some sort of pick with a rewrap into mid as well. So it might not even be possible for that operator to be carried back here for Edith.
Wow. This is not ideal in any form right now. Oh, here comes the follow-up. Sherrod's going to have the freebie. And as you call, not going to make it through is the operator. Quick follow-up. Aria. Yeesh. Oh, nice shoulder. You get this one as well. Things are going to be dangerous. No! Corrupt there to follow up, and that will be every weapon down. SwimTrek is absolutely smacking around FlyQuest.
Yeah, they do not expect the second person just trailing Aria there. 7-0 start here for the side of SwimTrek, and for FlyQuest, honestly, I want to say that maybe the change that could work out for them on defense for these final 5 rounds would be more retake protocols. Because when it comes down to being able to hold their positions on site, SwimTrek Blue, with all the walls that they have to work with, the smokes that can come out, it's so easy for them to slice and dice and then use their utility to push back to ensure that the frags go their way.
This has been way too simple right now. And once more, Edith comes up empty. Edith's going to be traded away, and there's no follow-up. I mean, this is going to be really either A, easy, or B, difficult for the Des to break down. Because you could just sit there and say, well, SwimTrek is just shooting better. And that makes it difficult because how do you fill 5 minutes of Des time when this is happening? Because holy cow.
I mean, I think there's the breakdowns of that macro. Like, we do see SwimTrek just winning out on these firefights, but the utility usage is so precisely combined so that they have that ability to get the trades as efficiently as possible. On top of that, I think the general fundamentals looking very good for the side of SwimTrek as well. Like, even though Sherrod, gets one, ends up falling because they're kind of forced off and can't really back up due to the Tejo salvo that goes out behind them, you also have a trade immediately coming through there for Glow Stick. And unfortunate for Thea, not able to get the pick there. Essentially an impossible 1v4 here for Melia. She's going to be forced to back off.
Spike planted.
Unbelievable. Well, this might be one of the fastest halves of an upper bracket final in Game Changers. Maybe ever. It's going to be 8-0. And the news doesn't get any better because you're halfway to a run it back again if you're SwimTrek. You have the Overdrive, Reckoning, Viper's Pit, Hunter's Fury. So things like Seekers, Cosmic Divide, Knives, like they really don't bother you that much. It's just not been ideal in any form for FlyQuest. Fine, again, this is their map pick.
Yeah, it's definitely a tough look overall here for the side of FlyQuest. Definitely haven't been able to find much comfort on defense whatsoever. It's tough, Shift. I think, you see them going for some of these aggressive plays, trying to take the timings, take the fight to SwimTrek there as well. Those moments aren't panning out. When they sit a bit further back, they're getting really overwhelmed by SwimTrek's utility, and now the second timeout to be called already on the side of FlyQuest to find some sort of answer into this round. And again, I hate to call it out with Edith being 0-1, in this first map of the series. But again, it's that lack of self-sufficiency, right? That reliance on the rest of their team to be able to set them up for that success. And it's definitely tough to see, because I think that while the players on FlyQuest can pop off, a lot of their like win con does come down to Edith having strong moments. Even if it's not like a takeover kind of game from Edith, you can rely on them for those openers, and that just hasn't been happening, which is tough to see, because they're like the top performing player right now, or they were until this moment, within the playoffs here of the main event for this stage of Game Changers.
Yeah, wow. That's all I can say at this point is wow. This defensive half has not panned out as intended for FlyQuest, who are now going to be on a very broken bye if they commit, which you feel like you kind of have to with knives at the ready. So you've got, Judge, Guardian, 2 Vandals, light armors. Edith will be able to, of course, afford the full purchase of the armor. But you still have Reckoning to go through, and an Operator in the mix for Bob. It's just going to make this so difficult. So Thea's going to try to play around A with the Judge.
Get out of my way!
You're going to get some growth. Okay, early intel for FlyQuest that nothing's beat. That's decent news. But Bob is sniping, and if they decide to look over to the left, they'll lock this down. Hunter's Fury, Reckoning to be called in. Not going to connect for the first couple. One of them do hit, though, and oh boy. Thea's low. Evie's low. Overdrive behind this play, but whoa! How about that? Evie's able to get 2, and Thea shuts down the play with the overdrive. That works out a bit unanticipated, and Evie's even going to find a third. Shutting down Glowstick. The knives will clean things up. Not the round you would have anticipated for FlyQuest, but it works out.
It does work out. I think that was the fastest flank that we've seen Edith go on at that point as well. We've seen them previously take a bit of space over an elbow, pushing out to B main, but it was really the quickest that they've activated on that, which I think that FlyQuest have kind of come to that realization that for Swim Trek Blue, for the most part, they're heavy hitting one side of the map. There have been some lurks from Bob here and there, but they had really changed, I think, their approach to the attacking side to ensure that it was like, whether a 5-person through one main or looking for like a mid split, most of the team, so you can take advantage of that. That is for certain. Operator now posted over to B main here. You do have a scale up on the right side from the Phoenix, maybe trying to get close to get some sort of flash off, if possible. But they're just pausing now, kind of anticipating FlyQuest to fight off a little bit more than they can chew.
And with FlyQuest, we get some decent information over towards A. So yeah, it has Edith primed and ready, and Sherrod will drop, trying to cross back over into elbow. So now all of a sudden, Swim Trek feels like things are getting a little bit out of hand in his first moments. But still, you have to find a way. Ooh. Try to challenge this. Edith will throw out one more shot before the Cove can come through. Still have a recon bolt available here. That will be sent to the backside of the site. Astra Star will use the vacuum, just pull everyone away, delay a little bit further. And Ari is going to try to go through. No, not fully, just backs off.
Yeah, the problem right now is that they don't have any information on the other side of the map. Meanwhile, Thea has a very deep line into A main, have a bit more of a passive hold there for mid door as well. And the rotation is going to come through. You do have a quick rotate from Melia, having that nest control there for the side of FlyQuest.
Here comes the play. Bob able to connect onto Jazz. Now all of a sudden you've separated this defense quite nicely. Looking for blood over through main is going to be Arya, and they will isolate onto Thea, who's still locking on the Guardian. E back at the site, trying to throw out some utility. Easy follow-up here for Corrupt. That's just so simple. Some damage on Arya with that late utility, but 3v2. Melia and Edith will both have rifles to play with, but standing outside the pit is Corrupt. The other two holding nicely. Corrupt is just going to be the last one into this play. Or not. Maybe it's the first one in this play. The last one needed in the play is what I meant to say. Of course, Corrupt for 2, 3 total, and that's Swim up to 9.
Yeah, really nice timing there. I mean, I don't think on anyone on the side of FlyQuest, sure, they look to peek into mid doors there for Melia, but you're not really expecting to have to clear that deeply into the angle when you do have that Viper's Pit lead down on site. Quick little tech pause on deck for you guys. We'll get word to you once we do know, but overall, I think that it's these rounds that, even though it went in the way of Swim Track Blue, it ended up being close. Like, FlyQuest nearly ran down the clock on them. And again, leading with an opening there from Edith. That's a little bit more of what we kind of need to see here from the side of FlyQuest. They haven't been able to win out on those opening engagements, and we really saw how things slowed down once they got that pick.
Yeah, very true, very true. Yeah, it's just, this one's a frustrating one to look at if you were expecting a tight match. I think it's just frustrating in general. It's just interesting to see where the production has come from for Swim, because yeah, I was going to say, like, we really haven't seen like dominance from the double duelist. It's largely been first bloods that have been well controlled. Sherrod has a chance to play through the wall. Can't quite get there though. Melia will shut that down, but that's all that tries to push towards B. Quick rotation on now for Swim Trek back to their spawn.
Yeah, very quick reaction here, and it's just going to be Thea on that A site. I like the Trailblazer coming out from Jazzy to be able to find that information, and that's going to be the signal to go and rotate over. Bob gets taken down, so revisiting B isn't really an option.
It is not. Thea is in some trouble, or are they? Nice judge up close and personal. Arya has found the bad side of that a couple of times now. Hot hands pushing Thea into a weird position, but able to stay alive on the backside of the Nebulas. Do you challenge this? Do you push through this? Trying for it. Sherrod is immediately on the other side. Some spam comes through. Thea still dancing. Sensor drone comes out late to try to get the defense back into position to help Thea out. Continues to find a way to get an astral form in and out. Eventually shut down. Edith is here. Cove blocks the line of sight past yellow. And that'll be enough to just trigger potential for the plant, but that was all a bait. As Sherrod was looking for a 1v1 on Melia, will not work, and it's Corrupt left in the 1v3.
20 seconds on the clock. It becomes impossible. I like how far back Melia has backed off as well, knowing that her position would have to be cleared out. It's going to be a race over to this B site. Should have enough time to plant, but FlyQuest will be hot on their heels.
Okay. Setting up the terms, and whoa. Along the reckoning, thinking that it might affect both Evie and Edith, looking for potentially to take the long route back along the backside of tunnel. There is time for this. Now the smoke alongside Spike has faded. But the angle is here. That's the problem. First trigger, first check. No one home. Second trigger, second check. Easy. Oh my goodness, Corrupt. Ooh, but have they hit this smoke maybe a little bit too soon? Nah, really nice play for Corrupt. Just throwing the shoulder. One more attempt. Beautiful play from Corrupt. The 1v2 Red Bull clutch. Swim Trek up to 10. Mercy.
That was insanely well played by Corrupt. Like, you could not have asked any better from the IGL on the side of Swim Trek Blue. We're going to get a little replay of that. I do want to call out, you know, for Thea. She has had a lot of impact here on FlyQuest with this anchor position on that A site with the judge. But wow, what a way to repo over into tunnels there from Corrupt, really taking advantage of the reckoning, slowing things down on that retake from Fly.
Unbelievable. So well done. And all of a sudden, hopes of this match feel like they're well and truly out of the question. Nice moment here, though, for FlyQuest. They're able to evenly exchange the opening battle at A main. Still persisting around the Viper's pit, though, are a couple of Swim Trek members. They're going to try for the Armageddon. In some trouble here is Sherrod trying to stun their way out, but not going to work. Melia finds the big trade away, and now we have a 2v3 from here.
Yeah, this definitely gets a bit awkward. Evan Thea, though, at the very least, still just on some sheriffs at the moment. They are going to try and, I think, recoup one of the guns within the Viper's pit. But a really nice Armageddon to come out there from Ev to ensure that anybody who is home in a main would get punished for it. B site will be free for the taking. There's a lot of opportunity here for Bob to create some space here for the side of Swim Trek. But honestly, for FlyQuest, in this 2v2 or 3v2, they need to win this round to have the best chance possible into the next half.
Going up.
Well, Any more magic in the mix here? This 2v3.
planted.
Sure feels like there very well may be with the spike going down and the space that's being created on both sides. I think in particular, knowing that Bob has gotten so much freedom with that recon bolt as well, you can set this post plan up on the defensive side of the site. And of course, in your mind, if you're FlyQuest, it's let's make sure no one's playing tunnels. This is taking a ton of time. Melia the first one to try to clear out through tunnel. But again, no one's even on site yet. Salvo doesn't really make a difference to Glowstick. Cosmic Fire gonna come through with the first blood. Oh, goes the way of Melia, and then Eevee able to turn and find Glowstick. Plenty of time for the defuse, and FlyQuest is gonna get their second.
Much needed second round here for the side of FlyQuest, and for now, it's really a focus on the pistol round. Now that we swap sides, Fly need to take this one home to have an opportunity to come back here on their map pick of Breeze. As a reminder, we are in the upper finals right now, so the winner of this best of 3 will land that first slot within the grand finals later on this week. This has been a clinic thus far from Swim Trek Blue. We've seen moments of heroics here from FlyQuest, but they really need to start turning up here on attack.
Yeah, they really do. Have to win the pistol, right? I mean, that's just flat out. You have to win the pistol.
No ifs, ands, or buts on that one.
Correct. Yep.
I do kind of expect that they will kind of hesitate outside of B-main right now. I know that Van talked about, you know, the lack of hard sentinel on the side of Swim Trek Blue, so you're expecting some of that aggression to come through, right?
Yeah. Well, there it is. It's on site. But Swim Trek have allowed this to happen. Relay Bolt will affect Edith. There's the high tide behind it. Sherrod is able to find first blood on the flank, so all of a sudden FlyQuest are in some trouble. And Arya doesn't even get affected by the Trailblazer. Will slip out, and once more, if you're Swim Trek, you're comfortable right now. You've got the flank under your control. You've got to force FlyQuest to make a move. Arya playing over towards the back, and is still able to find a connection. Bob now on the cross. Perfect on the pistol. Swim Trek get to 11.
Solid pistol round there for the side of Swim Trek. FlyQuest, I like the fact that, you know, they did go for the spike tap. They were trying to force the fight onto them and be able to take it, you know, as comfortably as possible without having someone dedicated into actually, like, getting that spike down. But Swim Trek were just so fast on flooding back onto site, especially with Sherrod's positioning, going through elbow, the complete crunch there from the defender side.
Unbelievable. Okay, well, you know what has to happen. FlyQuest is going to have to essentially force from here on out. The problem is you really didn't find any eliminations. You didn't even have a spike plan, so this force doesn't even feel like a force. Sensor jump turned away. Edith able to find the opener, though. Spam through the toxic screen, going to come up a bit empty. FlyQuest will have numbers on this post plan. And yeah, I love this from Arya stepping up to make sure this weapon stays down. Actually avoids the Trailblazer, I believe, as well. So is still guarding. Spam on the way through. Here comes the follow. Toxic screen goes up. That will just barely block the position from Sherrod. High hands up and into the corner. No one's home, though. Instead, it's going to be Arya pushing out, and the high hands will eventually have the final say. Salvo trying to stop for any personal diffuses. Nothing yet. Here comes the pinch on the way, but it's going to have to go quickly if you are Melia, because here comes the push out to deny the play through main. They find Melia. They find the eliminations, and Swim Trek are quickly onto map point.
Man, map point here for Swim Trek Blue, and overall they had a good understanding of the fact they had to continue to push forward into a main. The post plant potential there for the side of FlyQuest. They, you know, there was a lot of great delay coming out from those salvos, trying to buy enough time. Now Sherrod also into the bonus round. You've got that run it back online here for the defender side. FlyQuest, they of course need to force up into this round once again. And it's tough. We're seeing a full send into A main from the side of FlyQuest Red. Curious to see if this will pan out. I think that Corrupt has been such a force with their utility, and we'll see what they're going to be able to do, especially with that Storm Surge.
Not good news for FlyQuest. They will have purchase here. Corrupt pulled into the gravity well, but nothing too crazy. Defense in a position, try to fight on the post plant. Ari's only able to get one though. help on Edith on the backside. Leads to more trade. Glow stick turns the tide for 2. And Noel thought that was going to be enough, but now it's just on to Sherrod. Last player left. If they get one with the runner back, not able to find the second, but has some information on where Jazz is playing from. Blazewall up to follow. And now it's just down to, can you possibly find a way to pick this angle? Time is becoming an issue though. Sherrod's going to go quickly. Gives up the information. Trying to finesse with the curveball. Jazz is going to just hold the corner and keep FlyQuest alive a little bit longer.
Things are still dicey though. Definitely not a clean win here for FlyQuest Red in that last round, but really nice heroics to be coming through here from the FlyQuest Red side of things. I like the pinch. I like the aggression that we saw into that post plant as well, knowing that Swim Trek were going to be so ready to fight up against them, especially to deny any of that post plant utility. Now we're shifting fully over to the left side of the map. It's going to be a B hit for the side of Swim Trek Blue. Both duelists, they are poising ready to take that mid control off their drop.
A little bit of patience for a moment. Defense going to get aggressive through elbow. I don't know if Melia is going to expect both duelists to be here. Quick plant though for Evie, so Melia just needs to keep their life. Arya playing underneath window. Taking some damage through the scaling. Now it's just going to Melia keep their head in a swivel, and yeah, first over the top, a little sloppy, but had some help, makes that a little bit easier. Looks like FlyQuest is going to find their 4th round here unless something crazy happens at the backside of the defensive spawn. It's just Sheriffs and Bob on a solo hero rifle. You don't expect that to happen.
No, you definitely don't. For the side of Swim Trek Blue, right now it's all about trying to keep them contained, trying to get a couple of these weapons out of the hands of the FlyQuest players into the next round. That will be one weapon ripped away from Ev at the very least, and Edith actually to fall as well. So a bit of economical damage to be done here by Swim Trek Blue, as well as just trying to farm up into some of these orbs here as well. Jazzy though, 1 away from the Seekers into this next round here. FlyQuest, they continue to hang on by the skin of their teeth. I think one thing that I've definitely got to give them credit for is just knowing the leadership on the side of FlyQuest. Thea, she's very calm and collected. You also have vibes merchants within Ev, like somebody who's constantly trying to keep the spirits on the team high. That's definitely something to keep our eyes out on here for the side of FlyQuest. They are definitely able to keep their mental steady even at a scoreline like this.
But no mistakes you feel like can be made. Actually has Edith pushing through. A little bit of spam coming off. FlyQuest able to find the first blood on Sherrod. May not be done yet as Arya is still dealing with some pressure. Seekers over towards the A site will read this defensive setup a touch. 2-2 split. And really now, if you're FlyQuest, it's just kind of pick your poison. Where do we want to take our 5v2?
It's a big pick there on Jazzy. Edith not able to get the drop on Glow Stick.
No.
Everything's starting to fall apart here. I think FlyQuest, they had a good idea, you know, that patience. We'll see if I'm just going to hold my breath for this fight first.
Little crossfire setup just inside the cove. Oh my. Cove wall will break. Arya for 1, zips away. Trying just to finesse a little while longer. What a shot from Arya! Overdrive! No, but damage is done. Evie down is the last one left alive. 1v2 situation. Defense not here yet. Rotating over quickly. Evie will be able to get the Armageddon with the plant, but a shock dart bounces off the back wall. Lands right firmly at the feet, and Swim Trek dominate map number 1. I mean, what in the hell? Not at all what I expected whatsoever.
Yeah, I think expecting a bit of a closer affair, but the brawliness coming out from Swim Trek Blue, as well as the coordination with their utility, it was so hard for FlyQuest Red to find the apt reactions in those moments, definitely getting overwhelmed by those set plays that we were shouting out during this entire map. Swim Trek, they're looking hot in the server right now. Every single one of these players have heated up.
That's a huge first map, especially considering upper finals. That was your opponent's map pick. Woo! Not great news for FlyQuest. See if they can regroup. We're gonna head to break. When we come back, it's Ledesk with the thoughts.
Red Bull gives you wings.
A rematch between FlyQuest and SwimTrek to find themselves in the grand finals heading into the very first map of the series. It was the SwimTrek Blue, though, to take all the momentum and not really let up from there. 13-4 to be taking the map. Emily, Shift said at some point that the analysts were going to have a tough one breaking this one down because it was just, SwimTrek were easy, but
I mean,
we'll do our best.
No, and also keep in mind, I was hyping this up as like a really nice rematch. It's going to be a lot closer. Both teams have improved. And while that is all still true, it just wasn't as close as, I think any of us were kind of expecting or hoping. But I think that goes into what we were talking about a little bit in the pre-show, is that Swim started disrupting FlyQuest a lot, especially on this first half. And FlyQuest struggled to find those answers. It felt like Swim were being very unpredictable, and normally when we saw Fly play against Ghost on this map, they were really good at getting that info on one side, stacking, like willing to stack towards the other. But here they felt a lot more hesitant because whenever they did try and go for that early info, it was always met with like Bob lurking with a Marshall or an Outlaw, and kind of causing them to hesitate and not just trust or maybe go for a gamble, and it really shot themselves in the foot for the side of Fly.
Yeah, I think also the defensive side for FlyQuest. I went into this game being excited to see what is the idea behind a Teo here on this map, and I was still scratching my head while we were watching this game, unfortunately, because it almost felt like the setup here for FlyQuest on defense was always to keep Thea and Evie together as anchoring on site as the softest site, because they were playing basically a 3-2 with more hanging towards this B side mid in case there was going to be some splits over there, and then leveraging those two players over on the A side to potentially supposed to be playing stall. But at the same time, when they're getting run down by all of that util and the triple walls from Swimtrek and the flashes as well from Sherrod, it just felt like you had to change the play style or the game plan a little bit, or you want to fight and try to set up the jet more with the Teo, or set the Sky more so that the jet could block out a line on that A pressure, or just try one of those times to play that flood retake, because you have flashes to flash through all those walls. You have that allows you to activate the jet. Then you also have Teo and Astro Utility to start flushing players out of those corners that you could actually start team fighting with. And unfortunately, I didn't see any of that.
Yeah, and see, that's the thing. When you're talking about how they were playing this time versus when they played on Ghost, it felt like every single round their anchors would end up dying out, maybe getting one, but they're still at a disadvantage when it comes to that retake. They're going to go into a 3v4, a 3v5 retake that just wasn't working out for them, and they weren't willing to kind of play how they did on the side of Ghost, or when they were going against Ghost. They were playing a lot more retakey, playing a lot more gambled and grouped up, and it was working for them. I think they won like 9-3 on that half, so I'm surprised we didn't see any sort of adaptation like that. Instead, you know, after their timeouts, we saw them kind of fight fire with fire and try aggro plays, and it just wasn't working out for them at the end of the day.
I mean, for Swimtrek, like, they had the aggression, they had the firepower, they also had the text, they had the moves, and we have to talk about the impact Corrupt had on this map, because with this Harbor, I mean, we're sitting here even in the green room like, ooh, wow, that's so cool. Like, Emily, it was awesome to spectate.
No, it was. I think the way that Corrupt was playing all game is kind of this aggressive Harbor is such a fun thing to see, that we don't normally see when we've been seeing, you know, in tier 1 running the double wall comps. The Harbor's more kind of in the back, just being ready to cycle those walls. But here we saw some insane tech like this orb clutch that they did, where they popped the shield as soon as they went for a jump peek so that they just can't get spammed, and it ultimately won them that round there. And also, just when I'm thinking about Corrupt and Harbor, the fact that they were able to recycle their ult so many times and never hold on for too long, even if it didn't like directly hit anyone, it still caused so much pressure that made FlyQuest just panic.
Yeah, the right-click tech to jump out into the smoke was something I learned from Josh RT, and even watching Valen play when they were first trying to pioneer the Harbor. I even think it was even on Abyss when they were trying that stuff out before, you know, you're starting to see the Harbor trying to be leveraged more often here on Breeze. So it was super nice to see, and I think also you're seeing the difference as to why a Harbor is much stronger than, for example, an Astra when it comes down to the type of conditioning smokes you want to play for a team and blocking out lanes. It's not necessarily to replace the Viper, but you're seeing all that conditioning of the B-side smoke with the Cove, right? You're trying to keep those players at bay towards that B site. You're forcing them to use util on that side, so they have less util to play on that retake over on the A site if you're going to hit the A site. So I think that the Corrupt was leveraging the agent quite well to be selfless for the team, but also when they needed to clutch up, you saw that 4K. I mean, they're able to have some crazy tech around that Harbor.
And now for Swimtrek, they are one map away from finding themselves into the grand finals, and they're going to their own map pick. This is something they're so comfortable with. They're always switching up the comp a little bit, so you don't know quite where they're landing. And on the other end, I mean, Emily, for FlyQuest, this hasn't necessarily been their strongest showing in the past, so definitely an uphill battle for them to try and take it to a map 3.
Yeah, I mean, so far for stage 1, I think they've only played it once against Wolf or Puppy Thieves, that's what it is. So it didn't work out for them there, so I wouldn't be surprised if they did make some changes.
It looked rough.
It looked, oh my god, dude. It looked rough. Why did I think of that? But I mean, looking at these comps, FlyQuest are coming in with a lot of changes here. They're not running the breach, instead they're running that KO. They said bye-bye to the Waylay. Edith is on that race, so hopefully this will work out a little bit more for them. I think Swimtrek is keeping a similar comp, which allows them to just run it down whatever site they choose. And for FlyQuest, they're gonna have to be so ready to try and disrupt it, try and do maybe some trap plays, or really have really good timings on those KO knives to just put a halt to Swimtrek, because as we saw in Breeze, when they get going, when they're going for those straight up XX, they feel unstoppable. It is so hard to kind of anchor against all of the people coming at you, all the stuns, all of the nades, and whatever else will be coming in from the support of util, like from Fade.
I still think that we're slightly overcooking with the composition here from FlyQuest, bringing an Astra instead of a Brimstone. I think it's easy for Swimcheck to disrespect inside of those smokes when it comes down to going on XX or counters. But also, I'm intrigued to see how this KO is going to support Edith on top of that, because they're not really trying to find ways to pop flash over like Neon walls or Viper walls or anything like that either. So hopefully they have some ways to be able to get full value of pop flashes around the Jazzykins KO.
Yeah, I mean, the thing that I was kind of looking forward to is FlyQuest hopefully keeping that breach to kind of have a little bit more utility to slow down or go for some trap play since they're starting out on this defense half. And you're right, with this comp, they have some delay, right? They have the mollies, they have the nades, they have the sucks coming in from Astra, but they don't have anything that can really put a halt into the aggression that we've been seeing out of Swimcheck. So it could be kind of a tough start for FlyQuest Red here if Swimcheck continue with a similar playstyle that has been working and frankly has been their bread and butter.
Yeah, I think one positive thing is, as you were mentioning here, Emily, is maybe steering away from the breach. I know I troll a bit, but I still think the breach is still pretty good on this map. But depending on how quick you want to play around the map, it's much better to play like a Phoenix these days as like your entry flasher or something like that to help, right? To be a little bit quicker, which is maybe the idea of having the Jazzykins on the KO. It's not necessarily pop flashing just for Edith, but underhand throwing to try to pop through those type of chokes would be kind of good here for FlyQuest. But I think also the reasoning potentially here that we have Thea playing as his Astra is because a lot of these defensive holds, especially when you're not playing like a Cypher or Killjoy, right? You're putting only a chamber, so it's hard to have a stronghold on a site, and if you had a Brimstone, usually you want to have him play more towards spawn so you can actually look into all four quadrants of his iPad and then put the smoke down, but you'll be still kind of late on rotates. I think now with the opportunity of playing the Astra, it allows for you to strengthen at least like the site of the site that you want to, and then also just be supportive across the other side by not having to be in range of popping up your smoke. That could be like maybe a little bit of ways to cope into tweaking what the players are comfortable with in playing in terms of their agent pool, and also try to make it work with the leadership of Coach Joe.
Yeah, I mean, if they are going for more of that anchory style play around that Astra utility, they have to be willing to take more space and actually start moving around the map. They cannot be as stale as they were on Breeze, otherwise it will just not work out for them.
I mean, heading into this FlyQuest Red, they have this opportunity to try and take Fracture to take us into a map 3, but Swimcheck, they've been so strong on Fracture in the past. They were so strong on the day. It's time to see if they can close out to find themselves in the grand finals. Let's get to it with your casters. Back over to Ash and Shift.
Yeah, I mean, for me, it's not even so much about the composition differences. Right now, it just feels like it's just a straight gunny difference. I mean, obviously it's part of it, it's not all of it, but it feels like part of it. Swimcheck's just coming out hot. FlyQuest had a really rough start, and there wasn't much to go back on in map number 1 to say we can build on this. So feels like it's a tall mountain to climb right now for FlyQuest, especially considering it's Swimcheck's map point.
Yeah, I do have confidence in FlyQuest for being able to have that mental reset, I think, going into Fracture, but you're definitely right. Think spot on the fact that they have momentum on their side, on the side of Swimcheck Blue. They feel very confident. The way that they're just like playing exudes confidence, I feel like, at all times, but especially when they have those dominant map wins, it really does carry over throughout the series. A complete refresh on the look for what they are bringing out onto Fracture, though, for the side of FlyQuest Red. It'll be fun to see how that ends up kind of like working out overall for this team. I think the desk was spot on, Shift, about, you know, a lot of the reasons why we saw those changes coming in. We even saw it on Breeze. Like, Ithea was very comfortable playing that hard anchor, and I think that's why they shifted into the Astra gameplay the aggression that Emily wanted to see coming out, that will be facilitated more with the chamber here from Elia.
Yeah, I think that's a really strong point, kind of talking about those immediate one-for-one differences and comparisons. I just feel like at the same point, you know, for Swimcheck, why not just get, like you mentioned, a little bit more involved in the battle early? First blood awareness was unbelievable in map number 1, so if that worked out so well for you, why try to play off of some reaction style gameplay? Let's just keep the battle going fast and furiously. So yeah, I love that call. I think the other side of looking at this particular difference in composition is also for FlyQuest to be able to set up themselves for some of that aggression to where they can come away not getting a 1 for 3, which is largely what we were dealing with in map number 1. When they try to play aggressive, they were getting punished immediately. They're getting red immediately. So there has to be something that spurs up a mental change for SwimTrek, because right now they're playing it very comfortably out of their playbook.
Yeah, they really are. I think it's going to be interesting to see, especially because, like you were saying, the reactions were just so quick from SwimTrek. They were so fast to fight back into FlyQuest, allow them to expend a bit of their utility first, allow them to show their hand first, and then just quickly react with util of their own and look to punish that aggression. The aggression is definitely going to look different, though. Coming into this next map, you do have the opportunity for those combos here for Edith and Ev with the raise and the fade, trying to take control of B main and over into A main there as well on the defensive side. And Jazzy, again, I think Emily was on shutting it out. Those KO knives have got to be prime here for Jazzy on the side of FlyQuest to really shut down that high octane gameplay that SwimTrek like to start out with.
Yeah, I'm really here for that energy. Just kind of putting focus on one thing in particular, because it kind of has to start somewhere if you're FlyQuest. You know, just going off the fact that map number 1 really was in survival mode from the get-go. So FlyQuest will be on the opening defense. The curiosity kind of surrounding the KO and also kind of the other front, like the chamber, is going to be interesting, because you figure they're probably going to be playing on opposite sides of this map pretty much the entire way through. But it'll be a trademark down for now at A. Everything else will be focused on an initial chill at B.
3 suppressed.
And hey, to talk about value right there, Ash. Going to get 3 information hits over towards the A site pretty quickly. And we'll see what happens.
Still just waiting to see, I think, for SwimTrek if FlyQuest is going to go for anything aggressive in that pistol round, especially after we saw how Breeze kind of opened up with that elbow push. It will be on the other side of the map, and I like how he has actually completely given up this A side. We're going to be able to see that fast bled kind of retake coming in from FlyQuest once that spike does get planted, something that was missing on Breeze, that is for certain. So a bit of a change in the game plan here for this squad as they try to retake from both lanes.
This is tough, because you have to re-clear out the top side of the ropes. Headhunter's going to land for 1. Arya gets another, but how about the response? 2 for 2.
There.
Smoke once more, goes down. Post plant defense around the site, looking pretty comfortable. The Thea is able to find one unaware. So now numbers starting to come through for FlyQuest, but they don't know where Glowstick is. Able to find the first. Nice shots out of the second. Can't quite get the third, but Evie's going to run out of time on this.
Be kidding me.
1 toggle. Yep, a little boop off of it if you're Bob. That will put the clock convincingly in SwimTrek's favor, and Bob will make sure of that by finding the pick anyways. Pistol win for SwimTrek.
Yeah, third one here for the side of SwimTrek. Every single pistol one thus far to really set them up for success in the beginning of each half that we're seeing. Got double outlaw actually coming in. We expected on the side of SwimTrek, I think, anticipating again some of that aggression to be coming through. But I do like this look a lot better from the side of FlyQuest at the very least. So a very nice pivot from the approach that we saw on Breeze from this team. It does get a lot closer in that round at the very least, coming down to a 1v1.
Was that good enough? Ooh, maybe. Sherrod tried to get aggressive with the outlaw, gets punished. Bob has one of their own. Maybe trying to step up. It looks like there is maybe a touch of juggling going on to keep that weapon safe. Maybe not. Yep. Okay. 2 outlaws still in play. And it's going to be a rotation back over towards B. Trademark in the way. Jazz is holding a corner towards Arcade. And the rest of the defensive FlyQuest will need to make a decision if they want to try to play around the back of this play or recut back through the defensive spawn.
Oh, for a second there, I thought Jazzy was going to go for the sewers push, but should be able to hear some of this utility that's getting thrown out. That will be the signal for FlyQuest to make the rotation over. Plant does go down here as well. I do like how FlyQuest are at the very least very keen on playing their lives in these situations instead of getting caught out on these hard anchors, ensuring that there is a bit more of an opportunity here to play with the team.
Well, the problem is you have so much post-plant deterrence here from Swim. Arya in particular playing just behind the arcade boxes. Will be revealed, but still a secret about what weapon. Wow, that's way more damage than you would have thought. Same there. Bob Corrupt follow up Glow stick also connects on the Jazz, and there is just nowhere to go. So Thea, last one left, is going to be stuck over towards Tree. The anti-eco is going to look pretty clean. Unless something here. Yeah, one more. Okay, not terrible. One Outlaw, one Bulldog will survive the round for Swim Trek, but still, flawless start.
I think FlyQuest, at the very least, they accomplished what they were looking for in that round, which was picking off a couple of those exit frags, trying to do a little bit of that economical damage to Swim Trek. Sure, it didn't pan out that, it didn't really end up mattering that much, to be honest, when it came down to Breeze, but a very different buy compared to that Breeze bonus round that we saw in that first half of the last map. Will be a lot lighter here. You do have Arya on a Stinger heading into this one. Bob still has that Outlaw that she was able to hold on to. 4-1 split classic here on the side of B coming out from Swim Trek. You got Melia on an island, but with a rendezvous out into Jenny, so should be safe if that first pick doesn't work out.
Yeah, should. But only connects onto most of Sherrod, and the immediate follow-up from Arya is perfect. What a read on the snapback. So a bonus round for Swim Trek will be supplanted and pushed into a plant. I meant to say supported, not supplanted. Trying to supplant them will be FlyQuest on the 4v5. Nightfall comes through. That'll hit most of this. Yeah, good for Arya for another. Arthea does get the response. Sherrod's still low, but can back away. Just play an easy angle. Fragment through, doesn't hit. Sherrod doing all the damage, finding all the eliminations. Bob now next one. Connect on the Eevee through the smoke. Won't know it immediately, but Corrupt will have a very easy one in front of them, so that will push away Eevee, and that's another bonus coming through for Swim Trek. They have been perfect in the first 3 rounds of essentially every single half at this point.
It's so impressive how their bonus conversion looks here on the attacking side. I think that there was great space control there from Swim Trek. I want to say Swim Quest. These two names.
I thought you were about to say Swim Trunk.
But I think for the side of Swim Trek, you have that deep smoke that pressures Jenny so much. And then on top of that, Sherrod is also already peeking into Canteen. That really stalls things out when it comes down to the retake that FlyQuest were attempting to make. It's that aggression that pans out so nicely for Swim Trek, where they don't even give FlyQuest often a chance to breathe in those moments to get an opportunity to feel comfortable when they're trying to go in for those retake moments.
Wow. That's about all you could say to this point. Wow. Sheriff's back into hand. 1 rifle for Edith. This is almost the exact copy-paste of what we saw in the first 4 rounds for FlyQuest on Breeze. Boombot doesn't quite get around towards drop fully for Swim Trek, but still looking pretty comfortable to clear out the space, as it's really just Thea watching for a shoulder cross. On. Not gonna go too much. And ooh, nice shot from Thea. So give yourself some numbers if you're FlyQuest. Still have a showstopper and a Cosmic Divide. Definitely tools that could be beneficial on this A site.
Spike planted.
It all comes down to being able to find a pick, though. First timing there for Bob, just leaning off the angle. Not going to expect 3 players behind her.
And that's why. Jazz gets 1. That sets the post plant back over towards main. And again, with the Cosmic Divide, it's not really what you want. So Arya is going to call for some support. They're going to jump their way in. Shoulders seen initially on the Thea. Glowstick keeping the eyes up. Trying to get up and over. What a shot from Glowstick. Traded out. Arya playing the top side of the site. Eventually will fall. Corrupt now 1v3. Able to find the first 2 and then the 3. Oh my goodness. Corrupt the 1v3 Red Bull clutch. Everything in front of him. The time was ticking. And you line them up, you knock them down for the 4th straight round.
Their impact has consistently just been insane in those moments. Sure, it might not have been the same crazy harbor tech that we got to see on Breeze, but being able to spray down all 3 players, peeking through a Cosmic Divide in that moment, really great timing there for Corrupt, not even allowing an ounce, again, of comfort to be found here on the side of FlyQuest while they're trying to flood onto site. Knew that they'd be racing to pick up some of those guns. Now, 4-0 here for Swim Trek. An aggressive start here from Bob.
Jazz able to find the first. This full is going around. Nightfall coming through. Orbital strike over the top. Edith, nice job to get the first, but Aria responds. Has to wait for the persistent effects to fall. Fragment well placed. But Sherrod gets bullied out, and that will mean that Artis will have nowhere to go. Okay, much better there for FlyQuest. Really good Nightfall coming through for Eevee. And that will mean FlyQuest are on the board. But finally, SwimTrek can get off their bonus hype and, pull out an Odin and Operator if they want to. And whatever else they so choose.
Yeah, the Nightfall may have been great there from Ev, but I think it really gets started with Jazzy being able to hold on to tower just a little longer for the rest of the team to make that rotation through, and especially Edith kind of threading that needle to be able to take that dice position and really break up that attack there from SwimTrek. All 5 players now will be leaning into the heavier stack of the A side, a deep smoke, but a good prowler to push via off the angle, ensuring that Sherrod could get that line.
Well, it's going to be a bit of a stack up here for FlyQuest at A main. Aria on the corner. Mercy, we're sticking right through it. Here comes the battle. Trying to find the first, looking for more, able to find it. Good patience, but Eevee's taken down 3 before eventually being traded. So we get an even 2v2. No command. Of course, the Operator currently in hand for Melia. Bob has a showstopper and is just trying to create space for the plant. And that might just do it right there. Glowstick gonna go tall. It's been seen. Jazz looking for the spam. Showstopper. Melia waiting. Oh, what a null command! Perfectly timed. Pulls off the rocket launcher. Now it's Glowstick by themselves, but that's all you need is Glowstick. A 1v2 clutch for SwimTrek. Still up 4.
How do they keep doing it? Absolutely insane. I think the reaction from Jazzy was great with that null command, like you were saying, Shift. But these moments here from these SwimTrek players, all of them constantly being able to bring out that clutch gene is just crazy. And that really stifles, I think, the momentum that FlyQuest were finding in that round. It felt so winnable to them to try and get their second one on the board, but SwimTrek continue to push forward with this moment.
Let's play.
Unbelievable. That's it. One more of the belt kind of tightening right now into FlyQuest, feeling really choked off. Multiple 1v clutches so far in both maps. Not what you want. Tour de Force out. And it just continues to go from bad to worse. I mean, this is starting to turn into these first blood battles kind of being determined by just an aim diff.
I mean, 5v3 is already tough, but when your smoke so's down as well, no coverage to be provided here for the defenders.
Bring them down.
Yikes. Plant gonna come through? No, not quite. And the crawlers first. Fragment clears out some space at tower, but largely SwimTrek are fine. Now the commitment to the plant fast. Pardon me, fast lane to block off the line of sight. Nightfall to follow. Now able to connect over to Tour de Force. 3v3. This Nightfall stalled on everything, and that allows Aria just to do whatever they want. So now it's a 3v2. It's just with the credit the way they are, like, and the time starting to tick. You have no information. Corrupt's able to see the barrel of the large French sniper rifle. And Glowstick will combine with Aria for another winner. Oh my goodness.
Yeah, it was really nice protocoling in the post plant there. You allow Corrupt to take that first engagement. The other two staying tucked, knowing that that operator in the hands of Melia had to be dealt with first with that Tour de Force popped. Overall, though, I also like honestly, the tap coming out from Glowstick there. They knew that it would kind of force out some of that utility early on from FlyQuest, trying to flood back through. They get rid of that KO molly out of the hands of Jazzy before it can, apply any damage, try and deny that plant, make things a bit more uncomfortable. Very heads up plays here from SwimTrek, trying to get ahead of that utility usage that they're anticipating from FlyQuest. Now, first timeout here to be called in the Fly camp. And granted, despite the 6-1 scoreline shift, you gotta say that this map has been a lot closer round for round than Breeze has been.
Yeah, I mean, it has been, but has it? Like, the end of the rounds have been a little bit tighter, but the scoreboard is still just, yeah. Ah, man, it's just, it does feel like there's just a little bit something different right now with Swim Track. They are not missing, legitimately. I mean, everyone is popping off at different moments in time.
For sure.
I think the kind of impressive thing about it is like going to map 1 and even looking into map number 2 so far, like you really haven't had to rely on Ari and Sharad to do all of the work. It's been Bob, it's been Corrupt. Like they've been there through and through. And that's so alleviating if you're playing one of the duelists or one of the 2 duelists that Swim Track have brought to the field so far.
Yeah, the follow-ups have definitely been really great in that regard. I feel like they're necessarily going to commit to this push. Yeah, it's going to be a bit of that util dump. I think expecting that fast flood to come in on the rotation there from FlyQuest, considering that it is an eco round. They know that FlyQuest will be playing that death ball, and Thea alone anchoring this A side.
Thea gets the information, is able to get away. And that's going to be enough now for Ari and the rest of Swim Track to set themselves up. Prowler on the close corner. Did it see the stack behind the box? So doesn't make a difference. Corrupt's already got the angle over towards ropes. Glow stick follows.
No more freeze.
Flash doesn't really do too much.
Enemy remaining.
And Swim Track just win every single battle on the field. Ugh. Wow.
Yeah, there isn't really anything Edith can do here. Maybe try and get a pick or two, try to farm up into that showstopper. The stick is low just underneath them. Will be a good nade to push off the angle. Overall, done and dusted rounds here for the side of FlyQuest. Swim up 7-1. Also got the opportunity to try and cycle into some of these ultimates in the coming rounds. Even though, you know, those big ults, they're like 3-4 away. You think about how many ult orbs there are to work on the map. Swim Track haven't really needed them either, to be honest, and they're just fragging out in general. But got to keep our eyes out on Melia here. I think her and Ev have been definitely difference makers here for FlyQuest. They've had some of the most impact across these 2 maps thus far to be the ones to really make those hero plays here for FlyQuest to try and get around in their favor, especially with that operator in hand now locking down that B site.
Bring them down.
Prowler to feel things out. We'll not see Bob, who tries for the angle but can't connect. Paint shells just for a little bit more pressure. Meanwhile, the rest of the attack is starting to set up. Back. Surely we don't peek that again, but yep, trying for it. Prowler. And that will work. Yeah, Edith, I don't think they expected there to be 2 players there, so Bob will fall. Dad's in a little bit of trouble, but is able to stay alive. Good help on the cross as Thea will push back the approach, and instead, going to be a crunch over to B as, well, the glow stick has got an opportunity to kind of create some space, but it's being watched, and Melia connects. Good start here for Fly.
They got to run over now. They saw all 4 of those players. A great fast lane to take the site.
Well, there's still a lot of information here for the defenders. Arya gets 1. Sharad would have to hit.
30 seconds
That just
left.
has to happen at this point. Nightfall will come through. It will not hit Sharad, though. Knife will detect the presence. That puts the ultimate of the tour de force away for a moment. Fragment also doing a little bit of damage. Femboy just going to go ahead and plant on the other side. Showstopper out, and that forces the peak from Sharad. Not going to work. That will be a little bit more like it if you're FlyQuest. Only 1 will drop, but it'll be a 2-7 count here.
A lot more comfortable. I think the extremity control there for FlyQuest Red definitely made a difference on that A site, ensuring that they're pressuring those 2 lanes. They have the information, allowing Melia to be that hard B anchor alongside her trip. And being able to just really lock things down with that operator. Definitely a huge difference maker here on the side of FlyQuest Red, and really allowing them to stack a bit more heavily to play off of each other on A on those 2 extremities. Changing up the setup now, though. Shift. You have a bit of a pairing going alongside Melia. It will be Ev leaning in that direction. 3 players on the side of FlyQuest will look to contest into A main. A bit more passive look on Dish after some of that conditioning that was done. Let's see what the move is going to be.
Well, little show of force. Pulled back over towards B. Melia, the one who's going to be watching from this position. It's the first. That's big. It's on to Arya in particular, which is huge. May not really slow down Swim all that much, but that fast lane being out, the relay bolt being out, gives a little bit more freedom for FlyQuest defense to contest if they so choose. Instead, Glowstick gets the plant. And now you look to see, can Glowstick find another elimination to get the Nightfall? Problem is you lose Bob on one side, leaving really just the defenders of this plant on site. To divine come through. Shirag going to step forward, finds one, snaps back over to safety. That is a massive pick. Plus the follow-up, Glowstick gets 2. And they know Thea's likely playing around the back through Arcade, and Sherrod is watching it. What a save from Swim Trek.
I mean, these Chamber players absolutely cracked in those moments, just finding those perfect times to peak there for Sherrod. I think it's tough in this round now as well here beside of FlyQuest for the remainder of this half, honestly, because so much of that success has come down to Melia having that operator in her hands, right? Knowing that Swim Trek, they really only have Glowstick able to sniff out the location of that op. They're not playing a comp that has any flashes to flash Melia off that line, and it's tough that it wasn't able to get up a bit earlier on into this half, but an aggro fight here to be punished.
I mean, this is just frustration from FlyQuest trying to force something. We are going to get a 9th round here by the look of it for Swim Trek, unless Thea can do something unbelievable. Melia's just got the headhunter, so not what you like. Oh, and Corrupt, do you get a read on this, brother? Oh, Prowler, Fiddle up, no, and everyone will fall back, or will they? Arya says, "I want blood. I want blood." Oh, okay. Thea's the one to get.
Face your fear.
Nightfall, just because. Why not? Not gonna be able to afford anything in the next round or FlyQuest, so just stop Thea from doing this, and finally the picks come through. It's 9-2.
Yeah, I think investment of that Nightfall is just the understanding that it's the opportunity to break up that economy on the side of FlyQuest, guarantee that even in a 2v3 there wasn't going to be that potential to clutch things up and put the final nail in the coffin. Swim Trek, you have the overdrive available. You also have 1 away from that orbital strike here for Corrupt. Jazzy, though, has been a difference maker when it comes down to that null command timing here. Could be able to shut things down, but still, Swim Trek, they find themselves continuously firmly in the driver's seat.
Unbelievable. Okay. Well, we find ourselves in must-win territory again early into this game for FlyQuest, and they're on a forced purchase that includes 3 Bulldogs, 2 Bulldogs, pardon me, a Vandal, and a Spectre. Not what you want to hear. So Swim Trek gonna just kind of wait things out, see if they can catch maybe a little bit of punish or maybe information. Yeah, that's a very early Prowler, so now you know that someone's close. Prowler to follow up. There's your info. There's your angle. Nice shot. Well, here comes the littering of utility. Thea with a little shoulder can go nowhere. Then Beacon drops. EV looking for timing, but it's just, you're in the Bermuda Triangle of Swim Trek players. Can't find anything. And this will be 10-2. Unless Melia and Jazzy can do something this time.
That's a crazy orbital strike to push Jazzy off the angle. Like,
Last player standing.
Well, I'm not really too sure what to say. This has been absolute domination in every sense of the word.
yeah, it's kind of wild.
I did not expect this at all, Ash.
Honestly, I did hope that things were going to be a little bit closer, but to be honest, I feel like I definitely had SwimTrack in the bag for this. This is no disrespect to the side of FlyQuest, but the flexibility that this team has, especially running a lot of those double duelist compositions for the side of SwimTrack Blue, I think it just works a lot better in the current meta, and having this very brawly style plays well in an ante almost up against a team like FlyQuest, who prefer that kind of slower, more controlled type of play that allows Edith to heat up a bit more into these rounds. But the way that SwimTrack take the pacing and the tempo doesn't really allow that play style to work well here for FlyQuest, because they don't really have, they don't give them the opportunity to kind of find their footing.
Need that back.
I mean, this has just been a full-on masterclass from SwimTrack. So once more, we find ourselves at a FlyQuest 10-2 deficit. Has to win the pistol. Even that's not going to feel great. This first from Elia. They're up trying to stand underneath the drop. It was. I don't think initially anyone saw them there, but Edith comes back to play. Arya for a couple. Arya for 3. Surely not. So it's down to Bob 1v2. Edith is lower than half HP. Evie will plant.
Spike planted.
How does Bob want to play this? Knows that Evie's back there. Grenade will happen first. Damage. Yeah, lots of it. Makes this very winnable with the classic. Nah, Evie just a wide peek, finds the headshot, and FlyQuest take the pistol, much needed.
Nice timing on the swing there from Ev. It's such a tight round. FlyQuest, though, much needed pistol round like you were talking about to be picked up, trying to set themselves up for some sort of claw back here into the second half. Ev has been consistent across Breeze and Fracture. I think having some definitely heroic moments of impact for this squad to try to keep them in the game. SwimTrack, for them, I feel like you mostly want to see as much, like, how much damage you can do, honestly, up against the anti-eco. Try to get as many of those weapons in hand. It's okay if this round is a bit of a throwaway, but you want to make it hurt here for FlyQuest, considering how big your lead is.
100%. And again, you have to start stockpiling economy to give yourself some survivability to make this comeback a real thing. But definitely dug themselves a bit of a hole. So, don't want to make any mistakes here.
Just waiting to see if SwimTrack's gonna go for any sort of aggression. They won't give anything away to FlyQuest, though. Instead, Fly have been focused a little bit on that orb shopping here, trying to get that Nightfall and the Showstopper online into the following rounds. Playing a little bit more for the future here, since they do have that time. Everyone now looking to regroup outside of B. Will be a retake situation here for SwimTrack. Arya is going to try to hold on to tower, though, considering that Bucky is in their hands.
Yep.
30 seconds
Problem
left.
is, no one's coming that way. So that Bucky will be a little bit pressured to make a play. Spike plant right behind default boxes.
Bring them down.
Crawler to scout things out. And Arya, well, thinking about it, just throwing his shoulder. Knows that Fade is nearby. And for SwimTrack, which is classics, and one sheriff for Bob, they're going to need to go and go quickly. Sherrod gives away their position. Easy hit there for Melia. Bob, H-Shells over the top. Do you expect Edith to be playing this close to Jens, though? Likely not, and no. Glowstick does get one. Edith trying to set up, yeah, a really nice little gunfight there, but Arya connects. Classic up top through tower, but this is running out of time. First outlaw shot misses. Arya will get a weapon, try to make this punishing, but Melia connects. And that helps things get a little bit heated up now for Melia. Glowstick will drop to the spike. We'll have a 10-4 count. Good anti-eco bonus on the way.
Yeah, especially with the fact that they really tried to cycle up into Edith's ultimate in that last round. Now just one away from that showstopper. Looking to find a round 3 conversion in the second half to try to steal away that bonus. Very similar to what we had seen from SwimTrack on Breeze and on Fracture on their attacking sides as well. And they really need to, right? You want to find those rounds as early as possible, not allow SwimTrack to continue to grow this gap between them, continue to grow their advantage. With rifles now in hand, you see a bit more of an aggressive approach here for SwimTrack as they go for that north side crunch.
Knife doesn't reveal anything for FlyQuest on the B site. So now you got to worry about clearing tower, clearing canteen. If this is going to end up in a hit, which by the look of it, very well may. Oh, Corrupt's position could be huge. Bob going to get the information off that Prowler. Tunnel is a problem point. Glowstick going to just inch a little bit closer towards topside tower through rope. And Bob is feeling antsy. Well, so we'll check and clear. That's big. So now the focus of the defense go back over towards main.
And that rotation comes through too. SwimTrek, they were able to really focus on that sewers push thanks to Arya pushing all the way out from Dish. But with the lack of presence that SwimTrek are seeing, they have an inkling that it is going to be a rotation over to that A side of the map. Thea, though, still waiting outside of B. And look at the positioning that you're seeing from Bob walking out of sewers.
Well, Melia will get one. That has Bob pushed back over. Thea not seen. Now the information comes back out, and the defense is going to try to make sure that things stay safe. You lose that position at A main. Arya sees everything you need to, though. Relay bolt out. 20 seconds on the clock. This is a lot of time off the clock, and you still have Corrupt on the way over. Showstopper comes on into the play.
What?
Arya able to dodge it, finding one. Are you kidding me? Follow-up there is good. Leaving it just down to Bob. 1v2 situation. Spike going to be pressured here with not a lot of time on the clock to try to get planted. And Thea's going to have the read on where... Bob's going to have the read on where Thea had planted at. Nova Pulse hits. No peek, though. 4 shots for Bob. First 2 come through. Now you have to reload. You just can't win a 1v2 with 1 shot in the bullet. Yep. It looks like may just play to exit. Try to get a couple of picks. Pops the door for a moment with the pistol drop, but this is about trying to punish FlyQuest, who, well, will lose a couple of weapons. And I'm sure Bob is thinking, now I wish kind of went for this a little bit more.
At the end of the day, it was really just trying to get as many of those guns out of their hands as possible, make it worthwhile here for Bob, and get a couple of those orb points for her as well. But a much-needed bonus round for FlyQuest to come away with there. It's kind of crazy how Arya honestly was able to live bottom side of A, just getting in front of that showstopper as Edith was throwing it down, but really cool interactions, I think, on the macro from both of these teams, kind of reading into the space that they didn't have, the space that could be taken by SwimTrek, and a good rotation timing, that is for certain, on that A side.
Yeah. Okay. Now starting to cook a little bit with that bonus win. FlyQuest is going to have a comfortable setup in the arsenal. Moving it around 16. Overdrive immediately popped for Arya. Looking to take away a ton of space. That clears the entire north side of the map. So quick rotation back over towards the front. Prowler will clear out front side of B. And the defense will rotate through spawn with a good prediction that this is going to be an A hit.
Ooh, that's like 2 to 3 players spotted there by Edith. Not even going to bother. Still leaving 1 player in Sands, though. Trying to play contact with Ev.
Now low. Pulls the attention. And the help is perfect. Bob will find 1, but nothing more. Last one left is Glowstick. Long-range shots, the classic will land for another elimination, forcing a rebuy. But largely speaking, not much harm done there for FlyQuest. Now just down 4. And if you lose this next round, if you're SwimTrek, all of a sudden we've got ourselves a game.
Yeah, this comeback looking very doable here. Melia has been looking great as well. I think a big proponent of success here for the side of FlyQuest. We do have Bob 1 away from that showstopper. It is FlyQuest on the attacking side. They definitely have the advantage when it comes down to that orb collection. Ev just a singular orb from getting that Nightfall online, which could definitely be a huge piece of the puzzle here for FlyQuest in this attacking round. I like the deep smoke to put that additional pressure on B main coming out from SwimTrek. Thea needs to stay alive here, taking a risk going into the smoke.
Good information, though, from FlyQuest that there is a little bit of pressure towards A main, but Bob gets the read right in front of Reed. And the follow-up. Clean shots on the Jazz. And all of a sudden, FlyQuest are, I mean, they're bottlenecked. They've got really nowhere to go. Here comes the utility up and over. Odin in the corner going to get pushed on by Edith, but the trade is there. Arya still playing bottom side of the site. Sees 1, but that's Melia with the tour de force. Corrupt doesn't want to get too greedy with this. Wait for help. 3v2.
It has to be safe here for Ev. A Prowler to work with and Showstopper out.
Ev's able to get away from that. Showstopper doesn't really do too much. Paint shells to follow. That's really well placed. Good damage going to come through, but Melia connects. Nightfall going to be spent, and Melia's not missing. It's just down to one, and Melia will find all four. Huge 2v3 for FlyQuest, now down 3.
Much needed here from Melia. Again, so consistent when it comes down to those multi-frags, especially when that operator is in her hands. Now, comfortable buying into that Outlaw, understanding that Swim Track are going to be on those light shields, if any shields at all, for the majority of that team. Timeout now to be called here from Swim Track Blue. Definitely a round, I think, where, you know, they wanted to come away with the win, stop the bleeding, as it has been 5 rounds in a row there from FlyQuest since we swapped sides. And
yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, they were like 3v2. They were waiting for that rotation to come in, but man, definitely tough. Bob put in a lot of work with those first 2 picks outside of the main. They had the read as well, but Melia just doing such a good job of isolating those ones.
The strength of tour de force. Makes life easy when you hit the first one. Especially when everyone's stacked up, hitting it from the same direction. All right, what next? Timeout for Swim Track. Gonna have to discuss what they want to do in terms of purchase, largely thanks to the fact that they're all down to right around 3K credits. Bank accounts are starting to stack up for FlyQuest. A couple of key ultimates also potentially on the way. Cosmic Divide 1 off, Showstopper 2 off. Jazz is starting to get closer and closer towards a null command. On the flip side, Glowstick is 2 away from another Nightfall after their pop-off, and Orbital Strike is ready for Corrupt for Swim Track. So, things to discuss pending how this opening battle decides to go towards A. And Swim Track will clear. It's a chance at 1. Tag comes through for both players, though. Wow, both chambers very happy to try to take this battle, but Jazz will eventually pop up, find the pick. Corrupt thinking about taking an angle, try to find a peek, but doesn't connect. And now you got the quick flank on the way. It'll be a 3v1 onto Thea. Well, Thea's good for the opener. You know Moore's nearby. Good reveal. Should be a follow-up, but Bob is able to connect. Plus damage on the Jazzykins. Now Corrupt is in a position to potentially try to peek over through Canteen. This is the window onto Jazz. Follow-up. Good to get some damage in. And eventually will be taken care of. Good isolation, and Swim Trek are down and out right now.
Yeah, they've got, I think, 2 Phantoms in their pockets right now, trying to just keep FlyQuest contained. Glowstick really only going to be able to get 2. 1v2 here for Bob. Time ticking down. She's really just trying to get some of the weapons out of their hands. Granted, the economic situation on the side of FlyQuest still pretty solid regardless, so there'll just be the Phantom carried over into the next round. And now that weapons back into play here, Shift, I want to see kind of more of that aggression from Swim Track. I know we have seen Extremity control, them taking that A main space, Bob going on a solo adventure, B main that one round there as well. I want to see something a little bit more measured, though. Maybe a crunch coming through. It feels like FlyQuest are very comfortable with how they've been maneuvering around the map with those rotations. More than happy to poke on one side, revisit the other, re-clear some of those spaces. And Swim Track, where they have really shown is whenever they're taking really the brawl to FlyQuest.
Well, for now, FlyQuest is going to get a full stack walk down at B, at least initially. Defense allowing this to happen. Sherrod has got the op-out watching through Arcade, can reset back over if they so choose. And yeah, we'll just watch the cross for a moment. Corrupt is nearby. And we're still looking for first contact.
Giving up the angle. Trying to get that information on Arcade. To the side of Swim Track. Cosmic Divide will be up, and now Sherrod is totally on an island. Not even.
Showstopper right into the face of Sherrod. Trade for Arias there, but it's a 2-for-1 overall. Nightfall defensively pushing this back. 45 seconds on the clock, and FlyQuest have to make a decision if they're going to commit back to retreat or rewrap this all the way to A.
Very slow work back towards the A side, though.
30 seconds
Granted, 3v4, it's only Bob. She's been clean for those multi-kills. Taking the Sands control, trying to take a time through the door.
It's the first but not the second. But the orbital strike can be placed here right at the front door, and that could possibly not just find eliminations, but also stall out the spike, but just able to sneak by that is out. Corrupt doesn't like the look of it. Able to see one on the exit. Melia revealed, trying to teleport back to safety, and will. So now you know that there's two players over toward main. They know that that's the corner, but they lost track of her. So now all of a sudden it's just down to Glowstick. Not able to find the first contact. Then how about FlyQuest? Alive and well, never a doubt. Down one.
Attacking side looking so comfortable here for FlyQuest. It's been 7 rounds in a row. FlyQuest Red. I think part of what SwimTrek Blue have also been maybe struggling with a little bit as well is it's mostly like a 2v4, 2v5 in a lot of these situations when you're seeing the fights, because while we were talking about Thea being on that Astra, having a bit more of a global presence, allowing her to, you know, anchor one of those sites a bit more on defense, the sacrifice with the Brimstone, again, is you always have a player in spawn.
Well, on early for Glowstick, deleted. Bombot shown. Brawler being considered.
Bring them down.
It's a lot of early information being given away. Now, granted, again, we are on a limited purchase here for SwimTrek, but they've shown some resilience towards ramp. Ooh, and a big shot there for Sherrod on the lurk. Earns the tour de force. So now FlyQuest have a new set of issues to deal with.
Yeah, we've seen how insane Sherrod is on that ultimate there for the chamber as well. Definitely could be a massive difference maker here for SwimTrek to try and find their first defensive round.
Well, the crash through arcade will be allowed to happen. Nightfall's gonna find nothing. Flash also comes up just to clear the space. And Jazz will plant. 5, 4. Oh, but Bob able to connect with the one Vandal, and then the tour de force makes good. Via damage. Sherrod able to come back through for more, and it's going to be 4 for Sherrod. A thrifty in the mix. And the first defensive round for Swim takes us to 11-9, and a huge boon to FlyQuest comeback efforts right there.
Absolutely. One of the first rounds, too, where we saw more proactive space taking from SwimTrek Blue. Like, it wasn't just, okay, we'll take control of one of these mains. We won't really find any more information. They actually push under sewers, get the information on the other side of B, and it makes it that much more feasible for them to get a read on what FlyQuest Red were doing. I think that previously, when they were going for that map control, it was just a little bit too passive for my liking. I really like this adjustment coming out from SwimTrek Blue, forcing now a timeout here from FlyQuest. They know that they want to be able to shut down any sort of momentum that SwimTrek can build off of a thrifty round like that. You've got Operator in the hands of Melia into this. They've been taking it a lot slower with that pacing. I do wonder if there might be a tempo change coming in for FlyQuest to try and catch SwimTrek Blue off guard. We'll have to see how things go.
You got to keep in mind that even though the banks were pretty healthy for FlyQuest, all of a sudden, one round goes awry, and you've got 3 players under 400 credits. Largely thanks to how expensive some of the purchases and utility have to be. So SwimTrek have carved win condition into this map. This comes down to, can you continue to find success just off of what largely was a Sherrod hero round? Op in the mix for both sides. That could be key.
Trading Prowlers on the other side of the map. Sherrod posted on a deep line here for Arcade. Edith just waiting to see if anybody will overextend. Let's get revealed.
Oh, but they don't know that Ari is there. Oh, no. Like, you get the reveal, you think you've got Sherrod down and out, but instead it's Ari on the close corner at Arcade. Then the follow-up does hit. SwimTrek into the 5 versus 3. Spike down is the biggest issue, though, right now, if you're FlyQuest trying to pull this back, because Melia is going to have to be the one to collect it with an operator.
I like how disciplined SwimTrack are taking this as well. Like, they had eyes on the spike. They're more than happy to mostly give it up. Sure, you have vision on it still, but they're not looking to overextend, ensuring that they can play their contact, FlyQuest, and regroup pursuers.
Raidiant gets one for being traded. Dia trying to make a hero play, not going to work out. Just down to Melia. 1 versus 4. Going to be pressured. Headhunter hits for the first, but not the second. SwimTrack immediately onto match and series point.
Match point.
Not good news for FlyQuest, and the credits are not great either. Oh, mercy.
Yeah.
How quickly it changes.
Those last few rounds, even the ones that FlyQuest were winning, felt like SwimTrack, again, they did such a good job of playing for that condition of trying to take as many weapons out of their hands, force those repurchases, knowing that they would be able to kind of snowball eventually into some sort of equal footing when it came down to that economy. Now finally having that advantage, double op here for the defenders.
First shot hits for Bob. Showstopper, no. But glow stick in position to still contest, still battle. Paint shells on the way over. Lots of damage confirmed off of that. Bob also taking some significant decay. Will hit one before dropping. So we'll keep the numbers in favor of SwimTrack defense. Look at the quick route to the backside of A main. They could pinch this up. May not even be needed. Corrupt just windshield wipering that one left to right. Melia, last one left. Has to be Melia. 1 versus 4, down to 1 versus 2 now. Sherrod in the corner will hit the shot, and FlyQuest will fall in a quick 0-2 fashion. SwimTrack cruise their way into the grand finals.
Really solidly done here for SwimTrack, our first grand finalist for stage 1 of Game Changers North America. It was an incredible showing on Breeze. Fracture gets a lot closer. Gotta give FlyQuest a lot of respect for the comeback that they were making on that attacking side. I think there were huge moments from Ev as well as Melia to try and keep them in the game. But the second that Thrifty round popped off, Shift, honestly, I kind of felt like it was done, with SwimTrack Blue being one of those teams where once they are able to stop that bleeding, they're going to run away after, you know, a 4K coming out from Sherrod. It's going to really invigorate them in those moments to shut it down.
Well, this bracket has gotten very interesting. I mean, both FlyQuest and SwimTrack hadn't dropped a map yet. Now only SwimTrack stay undefeated in both match and maps as they make their way to the grand final. Shopify Rebellion Ghost Gaming rematch in lower round 3 to come up next. But before we do, we head to break and see how the desk feels about SwimTrack.
Hey, we got this old mattress.
Waterbed.
And the receipt.
How about you beat it with a better deal on one of these fresh setups?
We can't do that.
Bring in your AT&T or T-Mobile bill for a better deal today.
Guess you're not as cool as Verizon.
I'm just gonna leave it.
Red Bull gives you wings.
And congratulations to Swim Trek Blue for finding themselves a spot in the grand finals 2-0 fashion over FlyQuest Red. It was such a strong map number 1. Heading to map number 2, though, let's break down that fracture because, Emily, that one was a little bit closer than we maybe kind of thought it would be.
Yeah, I mean, that first half, you wouldn't have convinced me that there would be a comeback happening just by how good Swim was at playing against what Fly was doing. And it took so long for Fly to kind of come back in and pivot their entire game plan. Because for a while there, they were running those 4-1s that Swim were either just avoiding, or I guess the 2 rounds that Fly were able to pick up, they kind of went into them. And then later in the half, you finally see Fly start showing signs of life, start doing a different variations, start getting info on 3 out of the 4 lanes so that they can pivot, but still, it just was not enough to stop Swim. And then on that second half, they started to shoot back. You saw them coming in with that firepower, starting to kind of run over it. Any attempt that Swim was having, whether it was anchoring or kind of punishing their aggression, it was just it was a good effort. But at the end of the day, Swim just kind of dominated those last few rounds, as we saw.
I agree. And but the thing is like this match, I don't think should have been, I feel like it should have been a little bit closer as well, because there was a lot of these rounds for Swimtrek that was won by individual plays, and that's what we kind of coined and defined Swimtrek to be within this game. Look at all those clutches that happened from Corrupt as well, right? And Glowstick. If it wasn't for those clutches, it would have been a much closer game and potentially even seeing a map 3. I gotta say though, I feel like both teams kind of had like a struggle to really figure out how to play the defensive sides. I think there was a lack of trying to be very aggressive along one of the quadrants to at least lock that down and get good map information, especially when you're not playing a cipher on either side, to be able to find like the real info for the team, right? On a sentry roll on attack, there's opportunities for you to be a little bit more aggro, even break a trip and then just cause the attack to halt for a bit. So as you're not pressuring that too much, it allows the attack side to really just maintain their tempo of wherever they want to hit, because you're still able to split quite well into sites. And I think where like we saw some attempts from FlyQuest to try to patch that was those fights where Ev almost got on top of the fights on towards A main. So you're trying to not go for forward fights, but really trying to fight towards the line of scrimmages between both where like the green zone into the sites would be. I'm talking about like the elbow corner of the A main. I'm talking about more towards the arcade by the boxes. And I feel like Swimtrek was also able to do that and win a couple of those rounds. But the ones that were really key were the last few ones where you saw like Sherrod pushing down solo. You saw even Bob pushing down solo and getting a lot of frags too. I think that's what really helped just swing rounds in favor of Swimtrek to be able to win those rounds. But overall, I think the macro was a little bit lackluster, I gotta say, for both sides on defense.
Hey, they're able to get it done in the end, though. That's what's going to matter. You know, we don't have to worry about the comeback. We don't have to worry about a map 3, and instead can celebrate being in the grand finals. And of course, we have to talk about the team for that now for a Verizon post-match interview. We have Sleepy Aria on the line to give us all of the details. Congratulations. We are getting the win on the day. How do you feel now that you find yourself in the grand finals?
Honestly, I feel great. This is like the first time in like a year. Yeah, this is the first time I've gone into grands with the advantage. Last year, obviously, like Wadada, we made a lowers run for stage 1. I mean, going into advantage, getting advantage, especially with the 2 map bans, I feel great. Like, I feel amazing right now.
I mean, to do it in the fashion that you and the team have done it with too, I think is phenomenal. I know we got to hear from the team earlier on in the Swiss round before you joined about just the confidence that they have going into these matches. How is the team energy now? Because out there, you all have just kind of been frying. This looks so coordinated.
Yeah, honestly, the team's like all vibes. We get into the lobby and it's all 5 of us screaming, and it's really chaotic. Like, if you could hear if we had like team audio, like what like the VCT teams do, you would not understand a single comm. But like, we thrive in that, you know. It's like there's calm in the storm, right? And it's great. It's amazing.
You guys even get to hear anything going on if it's just screaming?
No. I think all of map 2, my IGL Corrupt, couldn't hear out of the right ear at all because their headphones died or something. I have no idea, but yeah.
Wow. All right, that is not what I expected coming out of this. I mean, I want to talk a little bit about that map too, because in the chaos, in the, I mean, I'm not hearing out there right ear, we also get a FlyQuest Red that starts pushing back a little bit, trying to push into a map 3. At some point, is there a call in the chaos to get coordinated, get on the same page, or what to be able to kind of halt their momentum and take that map back?
Honestly, the timeouts from Kip were great. Like, Kip would call the timeouts and would basically be like, all right, you guys need to like relax, like take maybe two breaths and just actually lock in. They're kind of like shooting back now. So the calm like kind of comes in with that. Also, everybody on the team can lock in, like really lock in. Like we'll all like just stop talking and actually like focus on the game instead of just sitting here and yelling at each other. So I guess it's just like noticing when we're losing our momentum is really like one of the bigger things that game. So yeah.
Makes a lot of sense. And I want to talk about your performance throughout this bracket, because obviously you're coming into this team as the later edition, right? But we all know your prowess within the GC scene. And these last couple of maps too, you've been frying this neon's been so clean. You're dodging showstoppers out here. Like, how have you felt about your own performance, especially with this grand finalist appearance ahead of you?
Honestly, I feel like my performance has been great. Like I had no expectations. I thought I was going to do absolutely horrible this year. So I was like, it's like, but like this team's amazing. Like they're all super nice. After every game, like I always like tell them like how thankful I am for them letting me play on the roster. Because originally they asked me to sub in for Swiss. I said no because I was busy at the time. And then obviously main event came around, I got unbusy, and I was like, you know, why not try to go for something? Like I might as well come back since I have a little bit of free time. Like there's no reason not to. But they've been great. I feel great. Somehow I'm playing good. I don't even play this game every day. I play like something else, but yeah.
I mean, all the stars are aligning, and I'm glad that you got unbusy and we can see you back. Victoria, thank you so much for chatting, and best of luck with Advantage going into that grand finals.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. And for that, I mean, that is a Swim Trek Blue in the grand finals. But of course, there's still so much more Valorant to play, including on the day. Next up, it's going to be a look at the lower bracket. It's going to be SRG going up against Ghost Gaming after this short break. Stay tuned.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secretlab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
Not much longer now, and I will also take to the skies.
Me too.
You? No, you will always be a worm.
Just wait and see.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Hello, I'm Alexis from Shopify Rebellion Gold, and today I'm going to be playing some Valorant minigames. Oh, wait, okay, I know this one because I put it in my Jeopardy game. So, wait, I'm low-key cheating. Hang on. Okay, is it this side? No, I think it's here. Is 5,000 points good? Because that's what I got. Slay! Oh, this is easy. We're right here. Slay! Oh, we're right here. Wait, we're right here. Oh! Wait. Pause champ, where am I? Wait, no, I do know where that is. That's like here, right? Oh, Jesus. Oh, this is free. What am I looking at? That looks like armadillo shell. I don't know what that is. I'm gonna guess over here. Oh, wait, I was looking up bad. Okay. What am I... What is that? That's, like, behind the map somewhere. That's, like, low-key not fair. I got 24,414 points. That was pretty good. Okay, make my first guess. I'm gonna go Breach, because that's my Pookie. Oh, it's an initiator. It's a female initiator, okay. Wait, but it's not 2020. I think Sky came out in 2020. Or did she come out in 2021? Who's another baddie initiator? We got Sky, we got Sova, we got Breach, we got Gecko, we got... I know I play more than that. Oh, KO, we got... Is she the only girl? Okay, wait, let me go Sky. No, I'm a Brit. Who's a girl initiator? Am I stupid? Breach, Sky, KO, Sova, Gecko. No, I might have something seriously wrong with me. Wait, actually, who's a girl initiator? I don't think that this person exists. I think that this is wrong. Because what are we talking about, actually? A girl initiator. And it's not Sky. No, this game is making shit up. This is not real. What? Bro, I wish I was joking, but I actually don't even know who a girl initiator is. That's not Sky. Okay, yeah, I'm gonna start typing letters. Not Clove. Not Deadlock. Ah, it's Fade! Oh my god, I'm so stupid. Okay, there we go. So those were some Valorant minigames. I apparently forgot about Fade. I feel really bad. I play her often, and I just feel like kind of a neglectful mother in a way. So really sorry about that. But that was really fun. Thank you guys so much for watching. See you next time.
Welcome back, everyone, to Valorant Game Changers presented by Verizon. If you're just joining us now, you missed out as Swim Trek secured their spot into the grand finals. But we still have a whole lower bracket to be getting through. Next up is our lower round 3. SRG going up against Ghost Gaming to determine who is going to stay alive. And these are always the fun matches, in my opinion, because Emily, as much as I hate saying goodbye to our teams, elimination and the risk of elimination always pushes teams to the max.
Yeah, it's life or death. There's no more room for any sort of mistakes. And SRG have been really taking that and running with it. You know, ever since they did drop into the lower bracket that first round, they took down like their arch nemesis of all of last year, basically, Wadada, in a 2-1 fashion. They were this close to being eliminated by Wadada, but fortunately, they were able to turn it around and again continue on in the lower bracket with that 2-0 over Wolf. And now they're here going up against Ghost, who they previously played. And when I'm thinking about this SRG roster, it's natural for them to kind of have a little bit of learning curves, you know, taking a little bit more time to kind of bring the cohesion that, you know, they've kind of lost with a lot of these changes, right? Not only is Alexis stepping up as that IGL role that I'm sure we've talked about many of times, you got to think though, she's going from being just this absolute hype merchant to having to take on a role where you have to dial that back just a little bit. You know, when things are getting chaotic, you have to be the one to kind of have the forceful voice and be able to be a little bit more tame. And that's where Lydia comes in, another vibe merchant, another person to kind of just fit into that team. And also there's the whole aspect of team dynamics, right? You have to be able to bounce off of each other. And I feel like introducing a new player, no matter how good that is or how good of a player they are, it takes a little bit of time to build over that cohesion, which they've been doing throughout this entire lower bracket run.
I agree, but the thing is, time is of the essence right now for sure for this, for overall when you're looking at GC. It's such a tight schedule overall when you're looking at the teams competing. And I think the storyline around the whole Shopify Brilliant Gold losing to Ghost Gaming, I think it brings more weight than it should, to be honest, in my eyes, because yes, there are some teams in the past that has defeated SRG previously, but this is always throughout like open qualifiers back in like 2024. Every time Shopify Brilliant Gold had to hit into a main event, they were undefeated going into that. And then following even the 2024 results, they were undefeated from that stage 2 and then winning GCC in an undefeated champion. It mattered. I don't think they even dropped a map going into GCC that event, which was insane. So yeah, now that you're seeing a whole new Shopify Brilliant Gold because of different IGLing, different coach, and then also bringing in Lydia instead of Mel, there's so many moving parts that has to be fixed very last minute that unfortunately it didn't really work out for their first matchup against Ghost Gaming in the main event, but at least for now they're slowly finding their footing in the lower bracket.
I mean, there are some times where teams have called this lower bracket run a blessing, right? Especially when there is so many moving parts. As long as they can stay alive throughout that, that is more games, more reps to really make sure that they have the best chances possible moving on forward. So as long as we're not seeing elimination today, I mean, maybe this was the best thing for them. But within all of these moving pieces, I mean, looking for stability in the team, you can always count on Noya. I mean, Noya throughout any iteration of the team has just been absolutely phenomenal. And I mean, just a real step up here, Vance, when we're looking at, I mean, any game plan that SRG is leaning towards.
I agree. I think if I'm looking at even past iterations of the cores that Noya's been in, from like magical, well, maybe not magical, but from like Cloud9 over to SRG to version 1, like all those rosters in the past, it was always built around like a star duelist, from like Jazzican to Floor to Dodonut. But now I feel like going into last year to this year, it's really Noya that stepped up to the plate in terms of consistency, a great fragger, and when things are going astray or when you're afraid to like face off against an operator on the other side of the map, well, of course they're gonna have to go into Noya, and she's been very good as like an anchor player overall here for Shopify Brilliant Gold. I think she's really turned into an amazing Senti, a great Viper controller too, and definitely a force to be reckoned with.
And also just the clutch potential that Noya seems to create out of nothing, out of unwinnable rounds. She is so smart with every single micro decision and every single swing, every single piece of util, just the timings. She is so smart and intelligent when it comes to these situations that she's able to win a lot of the time, a lot more than she should be. And I think that is such a big thing. Even when you're, okay, when you're winning a game and she pulls out a clutch like that, it's just all hype. When you're losing a game though, like when they were struggling a little bit against Ghost there, Noya having those really insane clutches or those really close rounds just kind of kept them in and being like, guys, we can do this. It adds a whole new level to the mentality of the team, and kind of just being another way to kind of unintentionally bring the vibes up and make sure that everyone is still like, guys, we're in this, we can still win this, you know what I mean?
And I mean, that sort of mentality, that sort of energy is so good for the team. But of course, again, we have to talk about the fact they were knocked down into that lower bracket from the get-go. But who was it that knocked them down there? It was none other than Ghost Gaming. Ghost Gaming, the ominous voice, the Ghost Gaming team. And I have to say, this team, when you look back at some of their previous matches, have had the craziest matches just overall. Even Emily, looking at their last win, we're looking at 20-18 scoreline to 2-0. Like, it has always been so interesting. I don't know, Ghost Gaming has been so much fun to watch.
Yeah, no, they have been. I think they've been a team that's had a lot of insane growth in such a short amount of time. And I think I really want to touch on to this is kind of a rematch for them, right? Because they did defeat Shopify Rebellion. And I want to talk on that just a little bit because SRB, they were going through the motions. You know, they weren't, or sorry, SRG, they weren't playing how, you know, we normally see. And they even expressed that, I believe, in a couple tweets coming out from Nori. Like, they just weren't playing like themselves. They were still trying to find their new identity, still trying to find that new chemistry that they're working on. Whereas Ghost, that was probably the best of 3 I've seen them play this entire event, throughout Swiss, throughout main event, and that's what I need to see more of, right? Because I feel like for Ghost, when they're on one, they are insane. They feel unstoppable. They have great reads. They have great chemistry. They have great aim. But I feel like the one thing that lacks for them is a bit of consistency, and you can tell that they were kind of looked like a completely different team when they were going up against SRG versus when they were going up against FlyQuest, and FlyQuest was actually able to get the win over them.
I agree, but they turned it around too when they played against St. Otters, and I think after the past like few victories that we had, where we had Gia also on the interview post matches, she was also mentioning how the win versus SRG gave him a lot of confidence, and maybe it was a little bit of a wake-up call of like, okay, we're maybe confident, but maybe not at where we should be when we play too overconfident against FlyQuest that could punish us. So right now, I feel like they found a right medium too. They had a very, not necessarily one-sided victory against St. Otters, but there was definitely some players out there that were just ready to frag out and ready to carry the team over that finish line. And I think now having a little bit of that. So now coaching preparation, then going into fragging power from a lot of these players across the board here for Ghost. And then now also knowing that they've already defeated SRG in the past, they could probably do it again today.
I mean, talking about like those players that can really pop off, I want to focus in our attention to one in particular and talk about Eli, especially too when I talk about this team just being oh so fun to watch. We get some of the flashy duelists. We've got this Phoenix, we've got Arena, but we can also see them just completely hold it down in this Senti role. And Emily, when I'm looking at Ghost Gaming and just this run they have to put ahead of them, the fact that Eli can get numbers on any of these roles, I think is such a boon to the team.
Yeah, I mean, we were in the green room. Vans was specifically glazing the Phoenix that we got to see against St. Otters, and for good reason, right? They did such a good job at being not even just that second entry, but really taking rounds into their control and just kind of aggressing everything and always being so aware, always getting value out of their flashes and not willing to kind of back down no matter what the situation was.
And also against SRG, SRG did an incredible job to shut down actually Evil Eli, but they turned it around even though they didn't win in that second game against FlyQuest, but they looked definitely dominant in terms of just holding that W for that Phoenix. You want to find somebody that's going to be able to get space. You don't really necessarily have to farm orb every single time and try to play to that protocol, because Evil Eli feels like when they have an opening that they could grab, that they could go for a duel, they're going to take it, and they're going to farm their orbs anyway in that style. And I think it adds even more aggression to this play style and more aggression to the team that allows to maybe turn some heads around.
And again, we've called on the fact that this is a rematch a couple of times. Again, Ghost Gaming was the team to knock SRG down into this lower bracket. And seeing how this match kind of turned out, it was, I mean, again, Ghost Gaming matches have only been the most fun, only been the most interesting. And Emily was an SRG to take the first in the set, but Ghost to close out the next two. But really competitive when you look at it all around.
Yeah, I mean, that first map, it kind of looked like what I think a lot of people were expecting, is it's going to be a 2-0 for SRG. But Ghost really came alive on SRG's pick of Lotus. It felt like they were always one step ahead when it came to the reads, especially on that attacking side. It felt like SRG were just never ready, and then they were put into a lot of these retake situations where they were oftentimes at a disadvantage. Ghost is a team that is willing to kind of take fights wherever it goes, or wherever they go, and are willing to kind of spread out to kind of look for those fights as individuals and then end up grouping up towards the end of the rounds and trying to secure it out from there. They're willing to take some risk, go to try and get a man advantage, and just be able to kind of secure the round after that. And it is a hard thing to kind of play against, especially when SRG had a little bit of a harder time kind of going and trying to get a read on them when there's players spread out across the entire map.
And maybe we got a little bit of a better read heading into today, but I'm curious about the overlap as we head into our map picks and bans to see what this series has ahead of us with elimination on the line. To start it off, it'll be something a little bit unfamiliar to this series though, as SRG is going to be picking up Breeze. Vans, I feel like this is such a fun pick, especially too, it's been something that Ghost has been struggling with a little bit.
Yeah, and I also like the composition from SRG on Breeze. They have a little bit of everything when you're playing like the Harbor Viper and also a KO Jet, because now you can have a little bit of everything from containment fights to flood retakes with a KO Flash. You can even set up lanes for the Jet to play aggressively and an escape out of jail free card. So I don't know why other teams aren't running this so far in terms of that composition. I guess the triple slice to add a little bit more obstruction into site hits seems to be the name of the game here for Breeze, because it's so much out in the open as a map. But I feel like SRG plays the comp quite well to that, so I'm not surprised into this mapping. What I'm actually mostly surprised of, though, is Lotus staying in the rotation and allowing Ghost to pick that up, because SRG picked it last time they faced off against each other, knowing that Ghosts were undefeated, but also playing an orthodox comp. I think we saw some breaches, some deadlock, and then suddenly we go into a mirror matchup where the preparation is a little bit off. I guess they missed the timing of how Ghost kind of plays, so you also have to give respect to the coaching staff around Ghost Gaming to be able to turn it around and come up with a nice game plan that really caught SRG off guard. So big shout out there to Injure and Relic.
What I'm eyeing up here is this Haven, the fact that this is something we have seen before. And again, for Ghost Gaming, we've seen it a couple of times since their loss to SRG on that map. And it was overtime, and then 1.5 million rounds of overtime, right? So if we get into the map 3, I'm so curious with how this is going to be differing from the last time we've seen it. But Emily, I want to know your take on this map veto as a whole.
Okay, I understand that, like, whatever happened in that last matchup kind of dictated this map pool, but if we think that it's going to a map 3, I feel like Haven has kind of always been SRG's like bread and butter when it comes down to it. I feel like they're always super confident on that map. They always know kind of what to do in any kind of situation. They have great reads, they have great reactions. So I am kind of hoping we get to see this come out, especially with this new iteration, and especially after seeing how Ghost and SRG performed on it last time. You know, it was heavily one-sided, I guess. I think it was like a 13-7 or 13-6 for SRG, but honing back in on this Breeze, I'm also very excited to see what kind of compositions we'll be getting out, because I don't see SRG changing a thing. I think you're right, you hit it head on. That comp is super strong, but for Ghost, last time I saw it, they brought out a Reyna, and now they're bringing out an ISO. So, I mean, I love that they're willing to change things and kind of go for these different picks depending on how they're feeling or what team they're going against. I actually don't mind the ISO at all. It kind of completely counters any sort of op that's Dodonut is going to be trying to pull out here. And Dodonut loves to opt and is going to try and bring it out as early as possible. So I'm honestly really excited to see if Eli will be getting a lot of value with it.
I love this pick. It's sometimes the Reyna, the Phoenix. Now we get the ISO. And Vance, when we're looking at the impact that Eli's been able to have in these prior series, how are you feeling about this comp going up against this known quantity that's SRG on Breeze?
I think this still allows Evil Eli to just run it down and fight as much as they want to, right? Just put the little rubber on your head and start popping some faces, just like how they do it for Redux over at Sentinels. I think this is that similar comp, if not the comp that Sentinels run as well. So it does give you a little bit of chance right now to find your own picks, find your own fights, and still have the same way to like scale, have your team be able to scale with you behind the walls. The only thing that changes this time around, though, is not having a little bit of flashes for the side of Ghost Gaming to fight like with the Reyna before, or even if they wanted to play the Phoenix that Evil Eli is really good at. But I think just in general, it's a good way for them to fight maybe against the Donut Jet on top of that.
Yeah, and you were talking about how you did like seeing the Harbor and Viper and why more teams aren't running it. And honestly, I'm very surprised to see Ghost kind of pulling this out right now, considering that, you know, they've only had about 2 or 3 weeks of prep if they did make this comp switch pretty early on. So I'm curious to see how they will be fitting it into their playstyle. Will they be playing it more kind of how SRG likes to play, how a lot of these top teams have been running it, or are they going to be more puggy with it? And even then, will they be able to find the most value out of it with the short amount of time that they had?
I mean, heading into this map again, this is elimination on the line for one of these two teams. Getting into it, can SRG make the most of this lower bracket run, or if the comp switch from Ghost Gaming is enough to get them there? Let's find out. Let's head to Breeze with your casters, Mimi and Ender.
Thank you very much. I'm super excited to jump into this. Des set it up beautifully. We've got an elimination match here and also the rematch of that opener that sent Shopify down into the lower bracket. Ghost Gaming, they've mixed things up here, Mimi, and are trying to do it again to make that push into the lower final.
Yeah, I tried to go back and find the last time that Shopify was facing elimination early like this, and then I gave up because they always just run through the gauntlet and win these tournaments. They have not missed a final in GC as a team. Of course, only had that one tournament loss to EG back in the day as version 1. So a legacy to hold up for Shopify against a Ghost who has been making a name for themselves in this tournament so far. Looked great in the second 2 maps of that opening match, but now you gotta beat them twice if you want to stay alive.
Yeah, that task going to become more and more difficult for Ghost Gaming. Uncharted territory for Shopify, but we'll see what they're going to be doing on the defense side. Ghost Gaming do have this comp pivot, though. Eli switching things up and moving on to the ISO and already opening things over towards that B side.
Yeah, this team loves to brawl together. No surprise to see them start fast up mid here, looking for the B split.
Yeah, already sliding on in here. But Lydia popping down through mid, turns away from the flash, but the time spent on that turn means Ghost spin right back around. And now Noya feeling that pressure mount from behind. A wall to keep her covered for now, and the shield doesn't even matter. Noya stepping up already in this opening pistol round. Vanitas left alone now and put into that brutal position. Noya will just win this round by herself.
The Des highlighted her. Noya was an absolute hero for Shopify in the series they played against Ghost in that opening round. And she's stepping up here again. I thought the round was going to be cooked even earlier on with that position for Lydia, having that opportunity to jump down on a timing. But she ended up missing out and meant that Noya had no help at all. If she dies in that position, it is suddenly such a difficult retake for Shopify to manage to win out. But the clutch queen of GC does it again. She's very good in those spots.
Wait, she's the queen now too? I thought she was
That's
the
what
president.
I've been hearing. Well,
oh my
there's
god.
a lot of titles going around because, you know, Mel was co-streaming the last games. That seems to be the new title for. I'm just trying to keep up with the times, you know.
Right. Yeah. You're already getting ready for your trip to London, I guess. We'll see.
Yeah, bring back the monarchy.
Noya certainly is. Give her a chance here. Ghost Gaming, they've only got classics.
Noya has suspended habeas corpus on the B side.
Oh god, no! And now Alexis just jumps straight in there for an easy kill. I guess Ghost Game, they're like, you know what? We got the plant down. Not too bad. Eli's already halfway to the kill contract with the ISO. And hey, few classic kills. I brought this down into a 2-on-2. Still Dodo holding out with the Outlaw. And Gia down on 30 HP, so all things got hairy for a moment. Unless Gia can pick something up.
Time's ticking.
Hard to imagine a world. Now jumping through that smoke, it's another beautiful kill from Gia. But there should just be enough time now for Noya to defuse the spike and take a second sketchy round for SRG.
Yeah, Chris, I was definitely imagining a world for a moment there on that retake. Impressive stuff from Ghost. Those were the kinds of rounds where I think Shopify lost the series to Ghost previously. I don't feel like them falling to the lower bracket was necessarily some bad approach to how they wanted to play the game from the get-go, or their macro being super off. To me, it felt like the biggest issues were losing late rounds, not being able to stand up to Ghost in the team fighting, not trading off each other. The fundamental stuff that historically Shopify has been the absolute best at, but with the incredible individualism Ghost has, they got punished in that last game. So I'm really looking to see the learnings there. I already got to see some of them in Shopify's other lower bracket games on this run.
Well, now for SRG, the fact that they only had the one player survive means it is truly a decent save option for them. They went ahead and upgraded into a few sheriffs while Ghost Gaming just hang out back and spawn to see if any early aggression comes down.
Yeah, they're really expecting Shopify to go for something here. But with the embed player deep mid, Shopify pretty happy for now. They'll start to send a forward walk and they read into an A finish. There will be 3 players here.
Lydia breaks the drone. Falls on back. I mean, with how far Noya has made it on the B side, it makes the stack pretty simple.
Yeah.
Ghost Gaming haven't done much in terms of selling anything on the B side.
Getting that harbor all out early does feel good, though. Won't have that tool later. Shopify kind of stuck, just anchoring backside together, looking to maybe refighting with this utility off of Seraph's contact.
Yeah, gonna need some openers here with the Sheriff. Dodo a little bit far away, and that's the only upgrade with the Bulldog. What's there gonna be? No one clears the left corner. Eli just drops like a ragdoll. And now 25 seconds left. Ghost Gaming need to make it out. Khaleesi somehow gets the job done. And okay, it's all good. Another round where I'm sort of holding my breath, like maybe Shopify can do it, but Khaleesi says no.
It literally requires a complete 180 slide kill from her. If you're just tuning into the tournament, reminder, we are playing on the Neon Nerf patch. Seemingly, Khaleesi does not care. That's nice from Noya, though. 1v3 now.
Yeah, you've got the Queen on one side, you got Khaleesi on the other. A little bit confusing as, again, Noya finds another. Some 1v1s afforded over, and Gio will eventually get through it on 11 HP. Ghost Gaming have their first of the day.
Don't know how much of a fan I am of giving Noya 4 back-to-back 1v1s, but they close it out in the end, and nothing more is afforded to her. That round.
You're lucky she didn't have a gun.
Yeah, that should have been free because of the damage done in round 2. Now Rifle's actually online for Shopify. In the first couple rounds, they've done a good job of getting Dodo into these forward embeds in mid. I'm looking to see them continuing to do that and how Ghost answers. And well, the answer may just be that they go into sight hits. They're very good at simplifying, just fighting together, especially with this new double duelist comp.
Once again, Shopify walks down into mid. Now a shield up from Eli, and it's going to be quite the fight here, but this off angle from Lydia is nice, and Sarah swings right in time to catch 2 extra players turning to deal with that harbor. Ghost Gaming, tough spot now, nowhere really to maneuver, as they'll just wander hopelessly into Shopify's crosshairs. That was a nasty shot, and Sarah's fairly low.
We think there could be a flank, but it's coming really late into this round.
Yeah, Vanitas has to work
ice off
forward.
Sarah, but that's disappearing now with Noya arriving.
I can't get that option to Noya, and now that flank online. A little bit too much time spent down trying to hunt that 2 HP Sova. Shopify just melted them on the mid fight.
Yeah, Ghost did not look aware at all that there could be players walked into that position in mid, which shows to me that they didn't figure it out in those earlier rounds as well, that that's where those fast rotates were coming from. So, again, I think finding it solved, how you're dealing with the mid control is going to be key. Nice shots from Dodo and Sarah to follow up on the good positioning, though.
And mowed down at the end. So now Ghost Gaming onto a save round for themselves. Have a Neon ult if they want to try and get something done into the site. The last time it was a B hit, Noya just simply melted the players running into the site. This time, it's a 1-for-1, and Eli does excellent work with the shields. Still on full HP there. Sari's going to spot those players coming over. And fall on back as the kill contract comes down. That's going to be a 1-on-1 for Eli. Eli with 3 now into the round has single-handedly brought this to Ghost's side. And Shopify don't have any space to play with. They're still stuck in mid. Throw up that harbor wall to cut this site in 2. And it's still just the 1 rifle for Ghost. Eli's going to need to a little bit more. The reposition back sight. Player drops right to their shoulder. And now on for the ace is Eli. A beautiful round, but not quite there.
At least they tried.
Brought Dodo down so low, and Dodo's going to step right out of the corner. It's a heartbreaker that Dodo is able to steal this one right back, sticking it all the way to the end. And Shopify have it. They're 4th in Red Bull clutch.
Just a second to spare there for Dodo to win out the round. And it felt like she should have done enough there for Eli. The shield was getting an honestly insane amount of value. You see here, spray transfer attempt, shield saves her. In the ice vault, saves her as well. And then these are just straight up duels. And you know that if you have that mentality most players do, you're not thinking about the 4 big kills you got. You're thinking of that last whiff that cost you the round.
Not just that,
such
but
a big
also,
chance.
Yeah, 2 ultimates spent into that eco round to see if anything could be done, which the chances were certainly there. So Ghost Gaming, they liked what they saw on that last B execute. This time there's 3 players. Alexis steps in to instantly be ready to respond. That's going to be the harbor ult now. It's a guide Marceline on this Neon up into the site, but that extra element of Alexis, and now a flash getting popped right out of the other side of the smoke, steps Lydia into the fray. Dives on back for just a moment, just dancing around these smokes. It's nice footwork from Lydia, but it's still a 2-on-2 into the post plant.
Dodo's been working on a flank the entire time, though. And with the drone coming up through mid, it should buy her time to get into position.
Swings out and catches Vanitas on the reload. Vanitas had been holding that angle for 5 seconds before the swing comes online. It's a brutal timing to be caught. Now Sari, without control of the spike, less than a minute to play with, and Shopify have been able to just post up in B main.
Sarah can hold both angles from this one spot. She's ready for exactly where Sari's going to swing from.
30 seconds left.
On the crouch, Sarah anticipates it. That'll be a 5th now for Shopify. And again, I was really liking what I was seeing from both Lydia and Alexis moving around on this site. Typically, it's been the Noya show, but whether it was the flashes from Alexis and then Lydia playing off of that to the movement, it constantly kept Ghost guessing.
I think the sign of teams that are good on this map right now is around the timings in which they're using the harbor walls. I think in VCT and GC and everything, you've seen a lot of teams that really waste that utility early and kind of like dump it before they can actually flood into the sites. But I think that throughout this game as a whole, Lydia's had good discipline for the most part as to when she's putting that util in. And here, recognizing that they actually had the right stack, that anchor cove is even more difficult to deal with because you just can't spam it. You start spamming, she has a perfect chance to swing and get the kill onto you. So good stuff from Shopify. Ghost now. I think as they go into this timeout, a lot of it for me is figuring out how to deal with Shopify constantly having fast rotates through mid. I think every round now, they've managed to either get a player embedded there or refight into that space to get heavy onto the side where Ghost is hitting. And to me, that's the biggest issue right now for Ghost losing these late rounds.
Yeah, I feel like Ghost, it's been a little bit one-dimensional in a way in terms of how they're hitting the sites. I would really like to see them work bottom mid a little bit more. I think their mid controls usually come through elbow when they want to fight into the space, got owned the one round, and then have shied away from it entirely. Seem to rely pretty heavily on just popping into these sites with the shields.
You have to have a little fear this round. Dodo did have enough money in the bank to threaten having an operator. She doesn't buy it.
I mean, even the Outlaw would be good enough. Although, one of the benefits you get with this ISO is by having the shield and that push wall to block bullets. The op is a little bit harder to find value on. And, well, Eli's not going to be finding any value this game. Look how aggressive Lydia and Alexis have played these last 2 rounds, stepping in front of enemy utility, in front of enemy smokes, and just taking the fights that Ghost are not anticipating in any way. They think they have some amount of safety.
Yeah.
But that duo has been fierce.
I really like how decisive Shopify is in this map so far. One of the problems I was seeing with their last game against Ghosts was even when they had advantage, they were oftentimes like holding back, kind of waiting for their opponent to make a mistake. With how good these players are, I think they should be pushing the advantage more, just looking to get aggressive, prove that you're the better team. And I think they've done a great job of that in this map, whether it's the fast flood retakes, whether it's these very decisive fights into mid. It's all looked really good and really coordinated from Shopify.
Yeah, I mean, Alexis has quickly catapulted to the top of the leaderboard with 9 kills after playing a great anchor on these last couple of rounds and playing that very aggressive style, looking for those fights.
We also saw in some of the previous series for Shopify, some of the roles get a little bit weird with Mel stepping out of the roster and having to swap stuff around. This one, so normal. You get Lexi on KO. She's great on that role. Fragging out so far is Dodo. Fight bottom mid.
Oh!
It's a tag from that op.
Yeah, bullet went straight through that wall there, so doesn't get the full kill on Dodo. Now Eli
going.
Only needs to land 1 bullet on the jet. But do we have the confidence to step forward onto the angle?
It's kind of a nasty off angle. You have a lot to worry about when you swing this.
Playing so close on the crouch. Dodonut just needs to land the first bullet. And then this round is blown wide open from Ghost. I'm still worried about them finishing into the B side. Unless this peek comes in a little too early, Dodo gets antsy without any control in mid, but there's just a spam shot down on the A side, and that's going to start Ghost considering calling themselves back onto the A side of all things.
The good thing for Ghost is they have very good ultimates left for an execute. Marceline can swap that operator over, dive on in, but Lydia in the corner, she has to be dealt with. That could be the ISO ult, that could be any piece of utility, but something has to stop her from being in this corner.
Well, Eli making plenty of noises. The kill contract doesn't quite connect, and Lydia lights him up for 3. Now Sarah's still alive on backside. They're not going to expect her to be here, but it doesn't matter. Gia holding for that swing to come online. Brings this into a 2-on-2 now. Ghost sort of backed up into the corner here. Not a lot of room to work with. And still some worries mounting about a potential flank. Shopify have really tested the flanks on the retakes. This time, though, it's honest. It's coming straight through the site, and now it's going to be Ghost. On the other side of the cove. Ready to pop on through, but Noya is there and waiting. No issues to be found from the Viper.
Another excellent lockdown here from Shopify. And this round, they're playing from a man disadvantage. Losing Dodo early towards elbow on that swing. But the linchpin of the round was Lydia. She picks the absolute perfect time to go for that swing. As she hears them coming through, as they're waiting to check that corner, she fights into them, takes the initiative, and has a complete shutdown on that play. You know, it's big shoes to fill when you have to step into a roster play for Mel, who's, I think, really been the face of this team, the face of the scene in a lot of ways. But I've been very impressed with her mechanical ability. Melange, you heard of her?
Huh?
She like won a lot of tournaments. Oh, I might know the Skyrim player.
Oh yeah. No, that checks out. Okay, Eli. That's a way to start off a round. Instantly, though, shot back Lydia with another spam kill. This time, at least she saw the player. But well, the scoreboard looks similar to the last round. This one has a lot more pace behind it. Ghost Gaming plant the spike just over 20 seconds into the round. But 2 players on the other side of this wall. Ghost Gaming throw up that wall just to bide their time, reposition a player back into main. But it's still uncomfortable for Ghost. With just 3 left alive, Vanitas is not in a position where you can comfortably rip the Hunter's Fury. Especially not once this cove drops down. Shopify break it. Eli gets that kill out from main. And just holding this cross. It's going to have to come down to Eli to stop these players from getting around the corner. 3 kills into the round. How many times has Eli stepped up, and how many times has Noya made it not even matter? 1 more for Shopify. Again, down to the bitter end. This team will take the defuse and the round.
1.4 seconds this time, little closer, but the patience that Shopify displayed in that retake was so good. A lesser team is going to see that amount of util go up, hear that timer ticking, and rush their retake. But not Shopify. They wait for it to fade. They have a great approach to the 2-on-2 with the jump peek around the corner, timed with both Sarah and Noya. And they managed to lock in an 8th round. It looks like they've completely wiped away the issues from the first series against this team. The late rounds of team fighting is good. The early rounds, they're decisive in their approach. This is a Shopify that is going to be tough to take down, a tough series to recover in for Ghost. These last couple rounds now, they still have some ults. They have a bit of a half buy here, but maybe, well, I was going to say the ult could do something, but that KO knife perfectly timed to let the shield run down.
Eli has been that X factor many times, but you see Sarah playing just on the outer range of that ability. Sari comes in through mid. That'll be a couple of kills once again. It's mayhem here. Lydia on 14 health will eventually get cornered down and taken out, and now Ghost finally can set up for a post plant up numbers.
This should be the one that they win. Vanitas has the ult. It's only 2 players on this retake and ample time to reposition into strong spots.
Dodo still got the operator. And Noya ready to flush that corner out. Sari ticking down, and Noya brings it down to just 1. Not wasting a moment here. She charges in again. Noya keeps it going. It's not a good plant. Yeah, where's the Hunter's Fury going to come in? It's already a half stick. And no damage taken. Dodo could full stick this. Eli's got to sprint forward and stop the defuse, but it won't be had. A botched post plant from Ghost that Noya takes complete advantage of.
That's an absolute disaster for Ghost Gaming. The best chance that they've had to win a round so far in this map. And the plant, not good for main. An over-reliance on thinking that Hunter's Fury would buy them time to set up a fight. But credit to Shopify, they play that retake so well. Isolating the fights first with the Molly for Noya, then the Cloudburst to get across and nullify the main players. Before that bad plant, giving them the chance back in.
Well, finally an early mid-fight from Ghost, sliding up with the stun, and even then, Dodo just fully tanks the stun, hits the shot, doesn't even dash away because she wants a little bit more. 3 kills in the blink of an eye. Ghost have been completely stunned in mid by Shopify's Duelist. Now the spike left stranded in the open. Ghost have really tried to pick up the pace in these last couple of rounds. But it has been punished, and Dodo Nut will secure a 4th kill to end this round.
Honestly, just a disgusting round from Dodo here. I cannot believe after getting the first kill there, first of all, that she gets it. Second of all, that she just doesn't leave. She had her dash prime that entire time and chooses to stay, chooses to fight, and completely shuts them down. And if it wasn't any of the rounds before, I think that series of losing the 4-on-2 into the Dodo 4K round, it just looks like it's Lotus time.
Yeah, it might be regret that you made Shopify mad in the first place by beating them in the opening round, because they've completely locked in and are now not giving you any room to breathe. 10-1 the scoreline. Ghost Gaming forced up onto Spectres and whatnot. Still a pit for the post, and Eli continues to impress. This time, traded out by Lydia. He's been fantastic at finding these return kills. I feel like Ghost have almost always had the first kill in the round. Lydia quickly equalized, and now is skirting the outer edge of this pit. Has wrapped completely around. Now looking for a moment to slip on in. Gotta be worried about that corner. It's not going to be easy, especially with Gia holding, but there's Lydia. The timing into the smoke is perfect from the Smokes player. Guarding her teammates, seeing them out, Shopify Rebellion will only yield a single round in this first half.
That's another miscalculation in the way that Ghost is playing the post plant. Sure, the Viper's Pit can be strong for stalling late round, but when practically the whole enemy team is still alive, and you're giving that space to encircle you and fight into the pit from multiple angles, it's just not good enough. Shopify is going to set up together, they're going to swing into that, and they look great doing so. This is a coordinated Shopify, and I don't know, is this like speedrun territory now with this map of Breeze? I feel like we've been going for like 20 minutes, and it's already 11-1.
No, straight up, like the last time that I was like, Shopify like kind of botched that one a little bit was like round 2 that they still ended up winning, you know, but they only carried 1 gun over, and you think like, okay, if that round 2 had been clean,
dude, they might have won the bonus.
Noya
I'm not
got
gonna lie.
a few. Like if Noya had a gun, she wins that clutch 2v4 or whatever it was. Could have been a whole different story. Interesting to see
There's
Ghost here on the
certainly
pistol trying to get aggro.
Yeah, there was definitely a 13-0 timeline. Let's see if there's a 13-1 timeline. Big pistol here.
Let's see if there's an 11-2 timeline first. I think that would be the most compelling for me. Not looking so likely. Yeah. Eli's still in this one. Hey, at least, you know, Shopify, they still have to recover the spike, maybe?
It's behind their Viper. They're just going to fight together.
They're pretty low. Eli could do it. Eli's gotten 4 before, but again, it's just shy of what Ghost need. I can't remember the last time I watched a player that, like, needed... Like, that was, like, playing like this, almost single-handedly winning 3, 4, 5 rounds for the team, but just needs 1 more kill, please, and Ghost have, like, a close scoreline this game.
Yeah. Yeah, it's brutal. I mean, credit to Eli. They've gotten a lot of these rounds super close, but close certainly hasn't cut it. I don't know. There's something about when you beat this team early, you just piss them off. They've been running 500 laps around Breeze in the interim. They've locked in. And now they're looking for a 13-1. Did that one just
is that the Alexis IGL style? Is that we run laps? Okay, look, Eli, again, the only person with a gun. Truly, apart from these sheriffs. And now stepping up. It's been full steam ahead from Ghost on the defensive side, but even if that early fight went their way, now it's that stinger right click trying to slide with. It's just not looking too pretty.
Guys, it's a 3v2. We might be overfighting a little bit.
It's possible. But at some point, you just kind of want to either get back in the game by running at him or end this one quickly. Good work out from Eli, but again, 3 kills. See if there will finally be that extra one donated over, and Sarah will deliver. Finally giving Eli that support and getting Ghost to second round.
We're so back. Rounds doubled. Big work from Ghost.
It's a huge 3.
Yeah. to cut the lead to 10.
No, I was talking about Noya's KD.
Oh.
Yeah. Literally
a huge
3.
Yeah. That's crazy.
We're just 21-7 right now. Now, unfortunately, by losing this round, Noya's KD very likely gets slashed. You know, no sheriff this time. It's a save round.
Tragic.
I would condone her saving the classic here to preserve her KD.
You would condone that?
I would condone
What, like
that.
you want her to like die to the spike so it doesn't count as a real death?
No, I would say just like find a pretty place to hide. By the way, what is
what
Alexis
am I saying?
doing?
She's on attack.
Did you see what Alexis is doing?
Yeah, I'm
trying to
losing
sell a
my
little
mind.
like fake with that. You can pop out from anywhere behind that wall, and well, actually, Noya's KD has gotten better. Believe it or not.
Chrissy,
22-7 now.
And Shopify might be winning this echo. Okay.
Does she
that's
win
maybe
the 1v1? Classic
overkill.
versus ISO Shield. No, stop it, Noya, don't. Okay, it's all good. There was a chance, but it didn't happen. It's all good. Ghost Gaming, they've got the numbers, they've got the guns. And they're gonna have these kills too. Vanitas collects a couple. Dodonut will eventually fall down here. 3 for Vanitas on the round. And Ghost Gaming continue this inch forward.
Yeah, I don't see what you're making such a big thing about.
Did I
They win
get
though, so it's
excited
fine.
at some point? I don't remember
No,
that
it's
happening.
fine.
No.
Yeah, it's fine.
I
They clean those
famously doubt Noya all the time.
Often. Alrighty.
By the way,
Shopify have
look at
guns.
Eli
Here's
with
the tough one.
18 kills. Like Noya's having an insane game, but Eli's like, yeah, I'm also here.
I mean, credit to them. They, the mech has looked super good for Eli. I've been a fan so far. I like putting them on the ISO. I don't think it's the best comp on this map, but I think when you have a player who's as confident as they are, it's been working out. Ish.
I'm an ISO believer on Breeze.
Yeah.
Especially
I
if you
think
know.
the undercut, since the buff where it has the suppression now, is like really good. And since T1 won Bangkok abusing that, everyone kind of forgot, I feel like. But I actually think the agent is still good.
It's nice to stop either like trap plays with the undercut or just like what I was talking about earlier with the anti-op stuff. I think if you know you're playing against a team that's like going to be jetting on this map, I think versus like Neon teams, I'm less compelled necessarily, but versus like those chamber teams, big fan.
Take flight.
Good news about Neon, kind of no one is still playing her that much, except for seemingly Marceline, who is stuck to her guns.
Over in the corner A main, but I think that Sarah's not gonna full pop there. Dodo the
She
undercut
can't dash.
forward and gets cut down on the molly. So there you see it on full display. Nice little util piece out from Eli and Sari.
And in situations like that, it's legitimately better than a KO knife because it pops instantly the second it hits you.
Yeah. KO knife, you probably have the time to actually activate that dash when you hear it coming in.
Dropped one.
All right, Ghost.
Working mid too.
Nice shutdown on B main. Good pick in mid. What? Give me a number. When do you start like feeling something about this game?
I'm already feeling something about this game. I would say I'm less here for a number, and I'm more here for Ghost Gaming. Like, I need you to win 6 or 7 rounds just for like the mental boost heading into Lotus. Like, I don't actually believe in a comeback, but I could believe in a series if they can string some together
If we
now,
get a
like
nice
honest
little
rounds.
fake comeback here.
Yeah.
I mean, they looked good versus Shopify on Lotus last time. They're 5-0 on that map. It's been pretty sick.
I mean, look, Shopify have yet to win a rifle round on attack. I think they might be cooked.
Maybe.
No?
You're preying on the downfall pretty early, but I guess there's no better time to buy in.
You two could buy into Rudy's Record Shack.
You're
this
not
round
even gonna
brought
like
to you
sell
by
me your
Rudy's
thing.
Record Shack.
I don't think they're a sponsor.
You don't think so?
No.
Well, they could be sponsors. You know, if Ghost win this round, they're officially sponsors of the fake comeback. Okay.
It says the sponsors in the top right. Like rotates to the middle.
Well, I don't know if they're officially sponsors of the fake comeback or not. I don't know if I have that kind of power. I don't know if Ghost Gaming have that kind of power yet. Sarah, a little whiffy there at the start. And
pretty
by
bad
the way,
for Ghost.
Shopify are just now in spawn, it would seem. Dodonut on a full walk down. And a chance to potentially catch Gia in transition here. Over in B main, Noya will fall. And there you go. Dodonut cuts that player down. The spike, by the way, was never planted. I think Shopify was trying to run that one out all the way around the world over to the B side. For the space Dono had gained. And now Dodo realizes there could be another player back in mid. There could be players all over this site, especially now that Cove is about to fall down. And there's Marceline. This gaming will take yet another.
There you go. That was a really crazy round from Shopify, going all the way up through spawn, and then with the players still being in main, the second they call that rotation and the spike drops, it could have gone the other way as well early there if Sarah's able to get that second frag. All in all, Ghost starting to warm up a little bit in the second half. That energy back. Do you think Khaleesi is like her official title now? It's still Marceline in the HUD, and I've always known her as Marceline.
No, I believe Khaleesi's the title. It is just the true Game of Thrones thing where you have like a million names that you can go with.
Yeah.
You know?
It's kind of fun.
I feel like that's like the lore accurate way to go about this. We'll see though, because it's a little bit weird because, you know, I was expecting Marceline to have a better start to the show than the ending, but so far...
She definitely had impact later in the show, though.
She had impact. Let's see if Marceline is going to have that same impact as we close in on the end of this map. Yeah, by the way, Sarah just knocked out in one punch via that undercut.
Yeah, the vulnerability. And there's Sarah with a good kill on the other side as well.
I've been pretty impressed with this hold. Now the operator getting involved in mid too. I think Ghosts have gotten a lot of these mid picks consistently throughout the rounds. That's forced Shopify to play a lot more aggressive. Try to step forward on a crazy walk down. Look at that. 3 out of Noya. And now Eli chunked down to 5 HP. Dodo. To glide out with the knives. Just needs one to connect and one more to finish this map. Falling back for now. Hides away from the dart. Now waiting to strike. It is beautiful. The Red Bull clutch from Dodonut will bring this first map to a close.
Hell of an end there from both Dodo and Noya. I love the way she played that. The combo at the beginning, pretty cool from Ghost. They got some energy back in their sails at the end, but have no doubt this was a dominant game from Shopify. First half, after losing that bonus round, they looked absolutely on point. The coordination on the retakes, the individual performance from Noya. This is Shopify back in business, and now up a map in this series.
Yeah, and on the other side, I will say Ghost Gaming just winning some rounds there and stringing them together on defense has got to give them some better feelings moving forward into this second map. They were the team that was victorious the first time they faced off, but we'll see if they can actually make this comeback happen. After this break, the Analyst Desk will get you ready for map number 2.
A little bit of fake comeback there, sponsored by Ghost Gaming. But I mean, heading into the first map, it was SRG all of the way. 11-1 at the half says all that it needs to. And a couple of rounds were good for the confidence, but not nearly enough to try and get the win. Vance?
If that was a fake comeback sponsored by Ghost Gaming, that they didn't pay too much for it, right? Because it was still pretty one-sided, a 13-5 loss in the end, no?
Wow. Well, they already lost the game, man. They already lost the game. We don't have to hit that one even harder. I mean, going into it, we had called out this is a rematch, but again, looked at Breeze might be a little bit iffy on the side of Ghost Gaming, and Emily getting to it for the side of SRG. They looked so confident.
I mean, when we saw Ghost play against FlyQuest, it was kind of a similar story. It was with a different comp, but they just didn't look like they had the prep going into it. And here, this time around, when they started on that attack and started, you know, going for their XX, I actually did not mind it. Like, it was an improvement from when they played against FlyQuest, especially with this new comp, but it still just wasn't enough to kind of stop SRG. It felt like they were just way more prepared. It felt like they somehow got their confidence back that they were missing the first time they played against SRG, like Mimi was kind of talking about during the cast. Not only was the confidence there, but just the team chemistry, right? One player that really stood out for me was Lydia. The angle she was willing to just swing and the amount of fights that she was willing to take was a complete 180 from what we saw the first time around. So I think all of that coming up for SRG just made them so scary to go against for Ghost.
Yeah, like I said, the plan around SRG with this composition had a little bit of everything as well, and you have to definitely give props to Lydia for a couple of those rounds too, when you don't necessarily always have to play a flood retake on your weak site with a harbor. Sometimes you have like the utility to throw the one ways and into storm surge to really try to contest that spot with a second helping you out, and also it allowed for Donut to get good position to fight into those. But I think what was really the key success to SRG was all those retakes, man. They definitely came back with a vengeance this time around too, versus the results of last time these two teams faced against each other. And SRG really wanted to prove a point here that they're not going to let Ghost Gaming have the easiest of game in this rematch, because a 12-1 half with how good they were on protocols, on retakes, even if there's gaps where you have first shots coming in from Ghost, they always had an extra body to be able to trade off against each other as well. And then just 3-2-1 wide swinging on the first one. It was just all very nice on all of these fights. So those retakes were super nice to see from SRG.
They were just with so much confidence as well. Like, even in the green room, like, you guys are like, we're kind of running out of time here. We're running out of time. And then SRG just stormed the site, diffused, less than a second left. Absolutely no big deal. But talking about one of the heroes of the team, I mean, Vance, beforehand, you had talked about how Noya on these rosters, like, I mean, how well she could do, how it's not just Jules, but like Noya really being able to carry, and Noya was just on one for this.
Yeah, didn't she start like the first round with like a triple kill or something like that as well? So yeah, consistent multi-kills, but also she was like one of the main reasons why those retakes were really good towards the end, because if you're looking at it, we kind of had a lot of like plant simulators for the side of Ghost Gaming because of how you're basically running with this composition, scaling to the wall with the ISO. I think it would still look pretty decent when Ghost Gamer are fighting for space on that A site. So it really, you know, when you're having on the extremity side, you're fighting for that spot and you're losing that that positioning on the defense. You need the rotators to get active, and Noya was able to do that perfectly here with Sarah, and she was definitely a win con.
Yeah, I mean, a 2.7 KDA is just insane. And honestly, that whole game just felt like a Noya highlight reel, whether I was actually spectating Noya and watching her get these kills, or where I'm spectating a player on Ghost and just watching her, like, them die to Noya. It was so fun.
It really, really was. And we'll have to see if that can continue on into the next map of the series, because this is where the rematch starts to get familiar, as we'll be heading into Lotus for Ghost Gaming to be fighting for their lives. But this is a strong map for them, and it was strong last time, Vans. So it's whether Ghost can kind of bounce back from that loss, be able to have a similar impact going on here.
Yeah, like I said, the preparation around SRG was different last time versus Ghost Gaming because they were expecting to play against that Deadlock and Breach, but going into the mirror composition, it was definitely some players that stepped up, and unfortunately it's not going to be Evil Eli, because Evil Eli wasn't really playing a duelist going into this matchup, right? They were playing the Vice, which nothing changes whatsoever between these matchups. Actually, maybe the duelist here, Donut's going into a Neon instead of a Raze after all, so that's actually quite interesting. I think it's maybe noticing here what you're playing against with Evil Eli going onto this Vice, no matter what, you want to try to just jump around and bait that wall up, maybe having a little bit of a power to scale to go for team fights with this anti against Ghost Gaming. So I'm excited to see this small change from SRG and how it impacts the gameplay.
I'm excited to see how the prep is going to work out for SRG, considering that they know what comp they're actually pulling out on the side of Ghost. I felt like the first time around, you saw them setting up, especially on that first defense app in their first rematch, or on their first match, they were kind of setting up like they had a counter, like they had a plan to kind of counter the breach utility and everything like that. But this time around, it's the same thing they went up against last time, and SRG are not going to go into this unprepared.
I mean, looking into the second map of the series, a lot of pressure on Ghost Gaming. They've won out here before, but now they face elimination. Can they make the bounce back here to take it into a map 3, or is it going to be SRG to find themselves in the lower finals? Let's get to it and find out with your casters. Back to Mimi and Ender.
Well, it's now do or die for Ghost Gaming. They're going to need to turn things around right quick if they want to capture some of the magic that they had in that previous matchup versus Shopify Rebellion. They got a little bit going at the end of map number 1, but that was still quite the statement win from Shopify.
Yeah, it really was. Shopify looked absolutely on point. They fixed a lot of the issues, especially around how they were playing the late rounds and how decisive they looked in that map. But this was the map that started Ghost's victory. It brought them back into that series against Shopify the first time. The question is if they can look to do that again. Their attack side was where they found the most success, but this time they start out on defense against Shopify, looking to see if Dodo can still make it work here on the Neon after those nerfs. It's a bit of a change from last time they played this map with that Raze previously.
And Dodo was on fire on that previous match. On the other side, it was Eli that was really stepping up for Ghost, but on the Vise here, a little bit more challenging to have that high impact. Ghost's gonna need to rely on someone like Marceline to really step up from map number 1 to number 2. As Lydia throws out the Paranoia, Shopify only fighting the space with 3 players, and it isn't even exchange while their lurkers work on other avenues. Both of them drop at the same exact time, and now the only option is to continue forward into C, where Ghost wisely shy away.
Both teams throw 3 players at C. The lurkers shake hands, will kill each other. Gia, the nice crossfire off of Eli's contact, looking to shut this round down.
Just quick little jiggles. Throwing down the smoke, though, has given a chance for those players to jump on forward. Good first shot from Gia, though. We'll make it an even trade. Now Lydia will drop Eli. So smoke onto the floor means a plant for Shopify. That already is a win in and of itself. What else can Lydia do here? Throws down another piece of cover to slide on out, and Lydia has brought this in! It's a huge one for the new member of SRG, a 4K, to take this first round of map number 2.
That is an absolutely foul clutch from Lydia. I cannot fathom that she gets away with that one. And the way she plays it as well, just perfectly sliding back into that smoke to shore up the Red Bull clutch. Look at this. It was that 3v3 player fight, and it looked so good for Ghost getting all those picks on the extremity. But then giving opportunities here with the players ending up a little bit too isolated. And that smoke with the gap on the side is just too perfect from Lydia.
Yeah, the fact she catches the second player in, means she can work on back. And now Sarah, okay. The force up, or sorry, rather just the buy here, means 2 easy kills for Sarah. fight this time, going much better for Shopify Rebellion. Just mop up those 3 players. Quickly work onto this A side.
Noya on the same walk as before. And a different outcome. Manages to take down Eli, and, well, that'll clean this one up super dominantly for the side of Shopify Rebellion. I'm really interested to see Dodo switching back onto the Neon here over the Rays. I think after the Neon nerfs, I expected most teams to follow the footsteps that Shopify was playing earlier with going onto the Rays on this map, who's always been good, but has been a little overshadowed of late with how strong that Neon is. But even with the movement nerfs, I think stuff that is still super strong is, first off, your defensive rotates are great with that Neon, being able to beat the normal timings if you do have to go for that fast rotate. And also, the relay bolt for early control on this map is just really good. You saw in the pistol round them refighting into mound, on rounds where you have to refight into rubble. It's super strong in those positions. And you add in maybe just a little bit of comfort for her as well, and it makes sense to still see some play on that agent.
Interesting wall from Shopify this time, throwing it down onto the B side with a quick port in that Lydia sticks. So he's gonna take the kill, say a quick thank you, and fall away. Allow Ghost to try and play this post plan out, but just facing up in break room means Shopify now have 3 kills instantly responded with. Looks like they didn't have a B site, and then it almost got handed right back. Last 2 surviving members from Ghost really separate.
Yeah, Ghost. Couple 1v1s here. Feel like he could get this pick on Dodo and Heaven there's a chance, but Dodo shuts it down, and now Gia locked out of this round. In a 1-on-4 as Shopify finally plant the spike.
All right. So Shopify gonna win this bonus round. And obviously map number 1, landslide victory for Shopify. Gave up a few rounds at the end, but that was about as one-sided as can be. Now that they're starting to run away with this second map, is there something that we're hoping to see Ghost tap into from that previous matchup, or something that's been going particularly wrong for them? Because that last round in isolation, at least to me, just felt like very disjointed, like a lot of people just trying to take their fights on their own.
Yeah, I think that is the issue, but I also think that taking fights on their own and being super aggressive and constantly pushing the advantage and taking a duel is kind of how they beat Shopify last time. The difference is that Shopify today has looked so much better in those positions of not only on an individual level, matching the players on Ghost, but also on a team play level, looking much more suited to actually get these quick trades, be in position to help their teammates out. So for Ghost, I think you have to step into a bit of a higher gear than even when you beat them the first time in how you're taking these balls, being more careful about the risks that you take. But when that's kind of been your strength all tournament, it's challenging to find that balance.
Well, bit of a half buy from Ghost now with a Marshall in Marceline's hands. Marceline was a standout player previous time they faced off on Lotus. So far, nothing to really write home about, I suppose. But Ghosts do have solid control of Rubble for now. Shopify Rebellion willingly ceding space early on, try and read where Ghosts are going to be putting the majority of their resources into, and, well, that's a nice little catch out from Noya. Just 2 players using heaps of utility and the spam kills to put a ton of pressure over on that A side, make this C look a little bit weaker.
Yeah, Eli completely alone here. Let's have the Vice utility, but Shopify happy to just contact into this one, break it when they're all ready, and slam out onto site.
Yep. Hard to guard that cross there, such a slim angle. And there's options like Omen TPs and Neon slides. Shopify can sort of work forward in a couple of phases here. Still haven't threatened planting the spike, just taking that very deliberate for the time being. High Haunt spots a couple. Now Ghosts have to consider their options. There is a Paranoia. That one doesn't really find anything in terms of attackers left on this site. And then there's not much more utility behind that, so we'll just be players sliding straight on in, and Shopify sitting them right down.
Yeah, they see the Paranoia, answer with 1 relay bolt, and suddenly it's an even game again, and Ghosts have nothing to get out onto that site. So 4-0 the start. Ghosts is going to call their timeout. Did they call a timeout in game 1?
I remember one in the first half, yeah. And
Yeah,
then the second
happened
half,
early
they
on
started
there.
running away with it, but yeah.
Looked a little doable for a bit there. That was until the game finally got put down by Shopify. So another chance to talk a bit with the team. It's been a rough start for them as a whole here.
Wonder what they're working with right now, because it's still miles away until ultimates come online for a Ghost. I mean, you think about it, they've only gotten 5 kills in 4 rounds, so they're not doing too much in terms of working up that econ. I don't even think they've been really controlling any early orbs either.
No, and I don't think it's been a super consistent way that Shopify is winning these. They proved that they can win on some of the faster hit rounds, and on the slow rounds as well. They've looked good there. I like how Ghosts have been pretty consistently taking this A rubble space and have been able to hold on to that one, but outside of that, it's been kind of tough. I think some of this is around solving how to figure out our C hole, because C has been a problem. That's where Shopify has ended in a lot of these rounds, so they'll switch the setup some. Put a passive A retake setup with the Vise, and maybe look to go more aggressive on that other side. Try and get Marceline into this game. She's sitting at 0-4 right now, trying to get that impact on the Rays.
Yeah, this one looks a little bit more like the pistol round 2, where Eli was set up over on A. But Shopify have been a little bit consistent. Apart from that B slam round, they've been just holding back in spawn to wait and find out where Ghost is going to be running them down. Seems to be the approach Alexis is choosing for right now. And now with Noya stepping over onto A Rebel, realizing there's not a stack on Rebel, it's pretty easy to assume that this A site is just going to be that passive hold.
At some point, I would like to see
believe anything against it.
Yeah, I'd love to see Ghost at some point try and threaten an A re-clear. I think Shopify's been way too comfortable just walking into the space mid-round. Here again they are. Look at Dodo going all the way up. Is on the door closed. Eli gets caught in out.
Too. Look at Alexis in a beautiful position to catch these players moving around on the flank. Marceline on that deeper line, though, will hold it down. And Cerise no longer on this site. Means an easy post-plant setup and full control back into spawn even now for Shopify.
I almost feel like you have to save this one already. No real world to get an opener back in. She's going to try to walk together, but Sarah already wrapping. And this one is cooked.
A little bit too simple. Sarah to claim a couple there at the close. And that was Ghost on the buy round. Shut down pretty decisively, I think. I think this slow calling from Alexis has given her really reliable information round after round, because Ghost haven't been running any quiet trap plays or anything like this. So once they realize, you know, no one's fighting up on Rebel, you're sort of going to know that it's a more reserved single-player hold.
Yeah, and you talking about those quiet trap plays, that's what I'm bringing up with A as well, right? Like, I think that they need to create threats for when Shopify is contacting. Maybe a chance to B this round. The player set up, but it's just the Sheriffs. And again, Shopify is holding, waiting for the aggression to come.
Yeah, now Ghost have been good in the sense that they're not just like full sprinting down at you, but it usually has been step up into bounds, step up into Rebel. This reminds me of that second round of Ghosts, so having this little tendency on the eco rounds to want to play in front B. You can see Shopify still committing to that high-low after 30 seconds into the round. Is a really interesting way to play it, because again, it's this combo of Noya and Alexis that take Rebel by themselves once more. They've done this a couple of rounds now, throwing the Fade ult into the mix as well. They know they can sell a fake here because Ghost have no forward information. And I think now it's almost a game of like cat and mouse, where Shopify are getting called back into the site because they realize there's really nothing on this side. No sort of trap play, nothing. So they're going to go for the hit anyways.
Baited out every piece of utility, and now it's just Sheriffs here. So they'll look to re-hit. The Flash didn't see anything, and that's the cue for Shopify to now commit.
Fakes on fakes. Ghost are relatively close by to try and respond, but you'd have to move a little bit quicker. It doesn't quite matter. Even if they had players on B. No stall means that there's no time to actually allow those reinforcements to arrive. That was the benefit of the earlier Nightfall, to bait all of that out. Now Shopify just tuck away, hide, give nothing over to Ghost, make this one as miserable as possible as it can be for two players on just the Sheriffs. Actually, a one-on-one given over to Sari on the other side, but man, it's gonna be tough. Rifle picked up into, and now an ultimate to try and guarantee this round. You can see Shopify realized maybe they'd given too much of a chance over. Sarah pulls that one out. And now Lydia will finish the job here for the 6 on the board.
Excellent calling from Alexis and the gang yet again. Working off that tendency, realizing they can walk into that space for free. And, you know, it would have been fine if they had just done the fake into a commit on C, but they get a little fancy with it, realize that util is gone, and into the late rehit. Again, looking good. So how does Ghost change this? How do they look to show something different? Again, it's this Vice on A. And my worry is that this is another round where Shopify in the mid-round is going to realize, okay, they're not showing early A. We just walk into this space, and we can call off that for the entire round.
Well, this time Ghost are both front B and C. Now these players post up, but Vanitas can't secure that shot. The quick slide into a trade has opened this B side up for business. Dodonut is all the way through as Noya finds a kill over on the A side, invalidates all of this Sentinel utility, and Ghosts are completely locked onto the left side of the map.
And that round's just losing the fights. They had players in the right position to brawl, and it even looked a little whiffy to begin from Shopify. They can't follow up, and now Dodo actually shut down, so maybe a chance in a 2-on-3.
But look at the corner. Look at Alexis ratting it up in the corner. Marceline sits her out. Oh, the showstopper ready to go. This could be the X factor, but it's going to be tough. Shopify have that high angle, guarding the approach and doing that little push and pull. The teamwork from that duo on point, and Shopify continue this shutout.
That's the micro that shows really good teams. Being able to ping pong off your teammate, doing that stuff innately in the late round, playing together to perfection. Shopify, it's so classic for them. They lose one game in GC, they get angry, they go down to the lower bracket, they bully their way through 2 other teams to get here to a rematch against Ghost, and they have lost 5 rounds today. 0 on this
I'm
map
sorry,
so
did
far.
you say it was classic for Shopify to lose a game in GC? Sorry, I didn't hear anything else you said after
happened
that.
like 3 times throughout.
That's classic,
history.
you're right.
No, but I mean, like, even,
Yeah, no,
like,
fine.
they'll do this it's like, it happens at least once a year, where
Yeah,
they,
yeah.
like, lose a match, and then they're like, alright, the hell are we doing? Let's lock in. And then they go back and they win the tournament anyway.
Yeah, or lose the game in Swiss, and you're like, wait, what? How did that happen? Nope.
Yep.
Nope. No issues to be found. Ghost Gaming, I'll give them this. They have 5 ultimates. That's more than Shopify has.
Okay. Yeah, because 5 is bigger than 2.
Yep. And I'm
What do
out.
you want to see with those?
That's all I'm
that's
going to
it?
give them. I
All
want
right.
to see them use them. That's the first option.
Hey,
But right now they're
good
playing
news,
so
they have
spread.
A control.
They kind of do. I'm not sure how long they're going to have it because the clearing has been very good from Shopify, even with 2 players. This time, though, no ultimates necessary. Vanitas and Marceline shut it down. Sari wins that fight up front B. Okay. Reminded me of the pistol round that Ghost should have won. Remember that got stolen away. Vanitas will claim 3 for a flawless round out of nowhere.
Perfectly
No
played.
ultimates
And
required,
0 ults.
by the way.
0 ults, yep.
Actually, I'd like to revise my previous statement. I
Okay.
would not like them to use any ults. That's the new plan. Just
Well,
win all their
they
fights.
counter-called to you, and I think their idea was a little better there. The lockdown on A lobby finally looked good. Ghosts have been giving that space for free this entire game. This time, finally fight for it, find some success. They go back to more of their default setup in this round, though, fighting for C instead.
Now this is a true plug and play from the pistol. Back to basics, and this time the difference is that showstopper all the way forward, but the utility is just battering these players back and forth. Just the one to be found so far for Ghost as Shopify hit the brakes. Ghost considered their options too. Kind of really tried to pretend to be forward here while they were considering some options to rotate out. They'll stick around.
Noya is more passive on the other side. Thinks they'll read into her, re-pushing that space, so she stays back for now. Instead, it's just a hold from Ghost. 3 players stalwart towards C, and now finally, Noya starts to work into this space.
Yeah, the worry front B, though, is going to be the door opening up on Sand. With 2 players here to hold, well, actually, Ghost kind of gave up the hold. Sari was on site and would have had first contact. Been a little bit awkward now, but still opening the door here to re-clear is the idea from Shopify, and it catches off Vanitas on the other side. Stepping up front B, though, is going to be this Raze player. Marceline peppers some damage down and dives away, but we're under 30 seconds now, Mimi, and that means Shopify, they must commit now onto the C site. Rotate's already underway. Gia already firmly placed in back sight. And there's no one ready to push her away. Crispy out of the duelist. Now Noya on that march.
10 seconds
Secures
left.
the spike. Limited on time. Needs another and finds it. And hold that button down. Pulls away from it. Eli just trying to dance around the pillar and hides underneath it to win out the round. Eli will get the job done by simply refusing the 1v1.
A second away from disaster there from Ghost. She damn near won that round, but can't quite pull it off as the time ticks down. And so now, actually something working here for Ghost. Went for this early fight, and the reaction was really good from Shopify to pinch through that door. But by the time they commit to this, the time has just gone so far, and Khaleesi manages to do just enough damage on that site to stall things out and set her teammate up. So, Coach Googly not happy with that one. Will finally have to step into the conversation for the first time today.
Try to unpack what happened in these last two rounds of varying quality of win for Ghost. Because on the one hand, you have the perfect flawless round. You didn't have to use any ults. On the other, you have literally having to hide to stall out time, not taking the fight to win it. But either way, you're going to take
Hey,
those.
a win's a win.
Hey. At this point, Ghost just needs some rounds, so they'll take them any way they can find it.
Yeah, I do like them actually fighting for A instead of full giving up that space. They didn't in round 9, but did in the one before that. But again, they are going back to this more passive Vice setup. And I honestly think that Shopify can just go back to the well if they keep playing like this, of re-walking into A mid-round, late A hitting, and that's going to find a ton of success for them still.
Well, they're going to open up both B and A. Interesting early setup, especially with the full-on dive. Trying to sell some presence into A before breaking down the door and splitting onto B. No, it's all the way around the world. Donut feels that gap in the pressure of utility. Now opens it up and calls the team back into this A side. You can see the havoc it's rained on Vanitas here. Completely isolated on this site. No more sentinel utility to buff up this position. So now Eli comes in, throws down the steel guard, and Vanitas lays out two players. Shopify a little bit staggered in their approach into the site. And now the Nightfall will hit them once more. Bring things to a screeching halt as Sarah locks down Vanitas. Continues up, but not ready for the high line. Eli should have seen that barrel, and they did. The anchoring was excellent, but now Shopify have a little bit of room to work with. Noya is ready for this position. Eli didn't leave it, but it doesn't matter. All right. Ghosts have now put 3 in a row.
Interesting call for Shopify at the timeout. That's that gap towards A that they've discovered for pretty much the whole game, that it's always that passive Vice playing alone. This time it was the fade instead off the util, but they create so many question marks. The issue is, I think they were a bit too slow to actually scale off of that. And instead of flushing Vanitas out of backside, she gets 2 kills and locks the round up in the favor of Ghost instead. And actually, going into round 11, Gia's going to buy a defensive off on the Omen. Looking to find a solve towards C with that one.
Now back to this 2-2-1 for Ghost.
Saw the TP.
Is just baiting for the op shot, but Gia's not quick enough to respond. Now you've got Lydia porting all the way back into halls. Working on this step in. Eli tries to get in front of the one-way, and it's going to go beautifully for Ghost. Shutting out the smokes player. But still, Ghost completely boxed away. Look at the liberties SRG are taking in the post plant. They're not on the walk-up. As soon as she saw the players back in spawn, that's exactly where she was headed. And now has some funky angles to play off of just around this pit. Beautiful from Dodonut. 4 already. Add a little bit more to make this perfect. No chance for her. And now Vanitas brought down 2 more of Shopify. Trying to work through the smoke, but there's not enough time, let alone no chances to clear away Noya on this site. So Shopify Rebellion will, of course, correct after losing 3 in a row.
Great punish by Dodo there. The slide in C main getting both of those picks. It was an interesting adaptation to see Gia buying the operator, but it gets absolutely no value here. And instead, with that lighter C site, since they've been playing the Vice always towards A, they're very reliant on actually winning that mound fight. And the second that that fails, the round is just kind of cooked for Ghost Gaming. Luckily, they still have a bit of a buy for this last round. A Sheriff for sorry, but everyone else has something good to work with.
I'm out of here.
Shopify getting ready to fight this back in to Sand. Early spam to make sure no one's tucked away into the corner. But actually committing C would be really tough with both the Vise and also the angle Gia has on the Paranoia.
Screen down. Here.
So a bit fortuitous that Alexis is bringing Shopify back onto this A angle.
I'm a little scared with how close Khaleesi is playing here.
A little bit dangerous. Just step straight out into the middle of it. Vanitas has no chance to support. And now the walk up on B. Bullet just takes Sari's heads off, so Vanitas, looking pretty strong in a couple of these rounds, even if they aren't wins, has won, but this pivot, Shopify just dance around the map. Have run circles around Ghost Gaming. Just through, honestly, contact play around the board.
They've just been going for a nice long walk on Lotus, and no one's really been able to punish them so far. Noid's been living front B. I think she lost that fight once early on. Been flawless since is Gia. Tough spot to be in here. 2 players in main, a crossfire from blue.
Yeah, you gotta play it out, but there's endless stall utility to make you wait even longer. By the way, still a Paranoia ready to go. Catches Gia's feet, and somehow she's blinded. Because I guess that's how that works. And Sarah will take her out in the bitter end. Shopify lead 9-3 at the half.
The feet are stored in the eyes. That I meant to say that the other way around.
What?
Moving on, second half here.
Second half,
last time that Ghosts played this map, they actually won 9 rounds on attack, Christy, against Shopify Rebellion Gold, which is very impressive because they then won this map.
Well, now if they won 9 rounds on attack, they'd be tied.
Well, oh yeah, okay.
Well, yeah, if they only won 9 rounds.
Go to Shopify.
Sorry, I can see Mimi's face on a webcam, and I saw like the mental calculations going. It was like that Zach Galifianakis thing where just the numbers are flying around her face, and then I think she just overheated. And anyways, second half underway. That's the live Mimi reaction tidbit I know everyone was waiting for.
B Viper wall here for Ghost.
Oh, yeah, copying that one
3
from
players behind that.
Shopify ran that in their bonus round that they won in the first half. This time, though, Ghost are just going to be execing onto the C site. They've gotten fully in front of the Vise utility. And Shopify are aware that someone is hanging out front B. This step is a little bit ambitious. Nice trade out from Eli. And now it's Ghost Gaming just winning those contact fights. Shopify sort of segmented for the time being. Might actually choose to stay that way for the post.
Yeah, they have no utils to work back into this. Lydia just waiting for that smoke refresh. It's here now, but tough to break these crossfires. Ghost, ready to fight together on site.
Could be dangerous, stepping straight into this orb, and Eli is there. Steady hands out of the Vise.
Shadows traveling.
Lydia had that 1v4 on the opening pistol, and this time in a 1-on-3. Brings it down already. How much does she have here? Not on the right angle. She's dancing around these players. She's dancing around it completely. She's an assassin through it somehow. The round will not go her way, but my goodness, that was ridiculous.
She didn't have the time this time, but damn was I scared we were going to get another Lydia clutch. It was like the exact same scenario as the pistol too. Stepping past the first player to fight the second. I mean, well played to her. NT goes to manage to clean that up.
Crazy. Just watch this again. Like, I think 2 or 3 times she perfectly steps out of the smoke when there's just a player stepping into the smoke behind her.
Yep.
Wild stuff.
Find you.
So now, into that round 14 we go. Big buy up from Ghost, actually.
Yeah. Pretty huge investment. You want to keep this one clean? Shopify just putting a quiet stack towards the A site in this round. Letting Sarah get a little forward on C for that fast information.
I forgot quiet stacking A was an option after the first half. Like, I'm not gonna lie. Like, Ghost were always playing such forward positions that it was rare you would see a round where the attack side didn't have pretty good information of what was going down. Sari's only gonna figure that out as this wall drops. Nice shot from her, but a little tough to track the slide. That's gonna send Ghost running straight over into the Vise setup on C. Vise setup, I say.
The
There
Vise
is
setup,
a
one flash and a classic.
All
Let's
right,
see
what do you
this
got?
Vise
What do you
setup
got,
can
Sarah?
do.
Hold on, there's an Omen smoke. It's huge. It's nothing. Ghost Gaming, they have the site moving.
So incredible how they circumvented that full Sentinel setup on the C site to win this round.
30 seconds.
They haven't won it yet. They've done everything they need to win it.
That's true.
Haven't quite dotted their I's and crossed their T's. Well, that's the T taken care of, and now they just need the I. But there's 3 players left. Nasi, I've lost the plot already.
Yeah, your simile isn't really working.
Gun here.
You're just gonna
Shopify will die the spike at some point. As Ghosts just back away, get their score up to 5. So they got something cooking in this half. Honestly, winning that pistol was so important. I think if they lose that, this map is just straight up over. Good night, Ghost, you're out of the tournament. They've given a chance to themselves. Show what they can actually do on this attacking side.
You're right, though. Win here would just instantly catapult them back into it.
And with that big buy they invested in round 14, they do have a real shot here. 2 real rifles,
Definitely.
couple Bulldogs and a Guardian. Like, this is a solid position for them to be in.
And the attack side is where they thrived in the previous face down. What if Shopify adjusted on the other side? My question. Right now, a 2-on-2 setup. Really trying to lock it in on this C side. This is about the best hold you can get with 2 players over on this side. With the Paranoia ready to hit these players as they disrespect Vi's utility. That Paranoia hits, and Marceline is going to drop instantly as well. It's a quick double TP from Gia. She was all the way back site, but Noya just catches her on the rotation. This hold is just way too powerful. Ghost is going to have to open the door and try and run away, but Noya even has the spam as they attempt this retreat.
And there's Thorns on B as well. Rotates are coming in, and a flank to boot. It's a brutal round for Ghost. Might try and wrap back through spawn, but Shopify's coming this way to police it. 4 players set up.
Well, they're about to step straight into Sari. No, she turns the wrong way at exactly the wrong time. A flawless way into the second half for Shopify.
Yeah, the pathing on that execute got a bit muddled by Ghost. You saw the Raze diving towards elbow, and, well, I generally like those kind of really aggressive double Omen TPs. They get a lot of value. Been watching VCT, a player like Sadak loves doing those kind of things, but unfortunately the rest of the team was walled off. No one actually got onto site, so the second that Marceline loses that duel in elbow, it's like, okay, full attention on killing Omen, they're dead, and now suddenly you have absolutely nothing.
Ghost Gaming still forcing into this one now. Spectre online for Sari. She's just charging over onto A. Filling in behind that tap door. Rest for team working up front B. Place down a Vise wall of their own. And now, hearing the Spectre, Alexis has to be feeling confident. Setting up some way to fight that angle. As a matter of fact,
they just
Shopify are
called the
making the
bluff.
call. They think it's just going to be the C-pop. In completely anticipating this execute. And Ghost are stepping straight into the trap.
It's a soul read. They know exactly what's happening, have players close on the rotate B, and it's the same stall setup again for Shopify.
Yeah, this could just be the end of the main event for Ghost. If they don't find a way through this situation. They've stalled out long enough that Shopify didn't fully commit the rotate. They're stacked 3 players on B for now. Ready to react to that as Ghosts just continue to chew up more and more time out of the clock. Eli coming in first as now the Thorns come online, and Sarah still alive on site. Drops instantly as Dodo Nut fills in to take her place. Walls up to make a mess of this site. The spike still a long way away from plantable territory, and only 20 seconds left on the clock. Gia's out of the round, and Seri is way too far away. The hold is good from Shopify. And Seri just simply has too much left to do. Not without the spike in hand. Shopify Rebellion shut down this hit, and are now just inches away from that lower final.
Shopify, they're showing their learnings from the last time they played this team. They have the soul read in this round. You see the Viper, you hear the Spectre, and you know they're not calling back into her. They're gonna finish C. Alexis calls for the team to fast rotate over to this side. They have an excellent setup to shut it down. And this now puts Ghost in the worst of positions. They bought up into this round, tried to make something of it. And now their economy in a bad spot, facing down the barrel of 11, facing down the barrel of elimination.
Yeah, I'm wondering what you can even hope to accomplish here. Like, do you buy down and try to win this thing? Do you risk giving it over and you have to win 7 in a row? I suppose the best news you have is Vanitas just 1 away from the Nightfall. If you can get that ult online, maybe you can just get a comfortable post plant regardless of how weak your buy ends up looking.
Vanitas will have a hero gun at very least in this round as well. But it's still tough. Shopify are flush with funds. Sarah has an Odin online now. And I still don't think the Ghosts have shown an ability to figure out how this defense is set up in these last couple rounds. It has been Shopify who's been ahead of time on the reclears, who's had the reads. This time, for fight set up towards A. 3 players leaning that direction. Just a weak retake C setup.
Everything hangs in the balance this round for Ghost Gaming. Already pushed out of the Rebel space. Heading on over to where Sarah's set up. And this time, Sarah doesn't have that support online just yet, although the rotates are certainly coming quickly. Now Seri taken out of this one, and Ghost Gaming, they realize that the jig is kind of up. No pressure on A, so I suppose you tap the door and threaten on B, but Shopify are not ones to be fooled. They've got to commit everything into this fight now. Vanitas claims the first, as Ghost Gaming have control over the site. They've got some guns online as well. And now the task is for Marceline to step forward and go on the hump of that Odin patrolling in Waterfall. Instantly makes her reconsider. Walls closing in now as 2 players approach on the flank as the Odin lays down, covering fire on the approach. It is clockwork as Shopify Rebellion move up to map and series point.
Just beautiful stuff from Shopify there again. Getting the pick onto the A lurker early, knowing it has to be this finish towards C. And showing an excellent way to deal with the problem. The push-pull between the players in elbow and those reflanking, just too good. And Sarah's Odin stops Ghost from being able to actually take any fight that they would have wanted there. They're trying to fight towards spawn, they get stalled out there. They want to fight towards Waterfall. Not possible again. Shopify looking clean, looking primed, just a round away from that lower bracket final now.
Shopify needed to have some statement wins in this lower bracket to prove that day one was just a fluke, and this is exactly what you wanted to see from them. Now a fight front B to determine it all, and it's Shopify to come out on top. Even Lydia takes another down. The opposing Omen outside of C. Just 10 seconds in the round, and Ghost Gaming have their backs completely against the wall.
Khaleesi and Sari, the players tasked with bailing themselves out of this hole they've been in. Managed to beat this team once, knock them down to this lower bracket. That's what's so tough about Shopify. Even if you get that upset once, even if you feel like you have a chance, they always learn, they always come back better. Today they have looked absolutely on point.
haven't even looked like they wanted to slow down today, really. It has been so lights out from Shopify. And now, bring in pressure. Back from main even. Ghost Gaming, the only way through this is to fight forward. Fight straight in to the new IGL, and that'll come up with a kill for Sari. But now without control on the site, even a Viper Orb to Sarah just mows them down and snuffs out hope for Ghost Gaming. Shopify Rebellion will advance to the lower final.
What a performance today from Shopify. Dominant 2-0 victory. Only dropped 10 rounds throughout the match. They get that match against FlyQuest Red. Have a chance to then go into the grand final against Swimtrek if they could win it there. So Shopify on yet another one of these revenge tours, taking down the team that knocked them here and looking to continue to tick that list off and get their way towards another trophy.
Yeah, I mean, Shopify Rebellion, excellent work from them in this series today. That's exactly what you wanted to see out of this team, I think, and maybe seeing FlyQuest look a little bit weaker in the earlier match is going to give Shopify more confidence heading into that lower final. Best of 5 territory is exactly where they are going to thrive. And so we are ready to close out the day. After this break, we got the analyst desk and a special interview with one of the victors, so don't go anywhere.
And with that, it's going to be Shopify Rebellion Gold to take the victory, not just the map, but the series, and move on into the lower finals in very SRG fashion. I mean, Emily, throughout their time in GC over the years, SRG, they have a reputation. They win games, and they showed up strong today.
Yeah, and Mimi mentioned it so many times throughout that broadcast that, like, you know, SRG, even if they do lose a map or a match, they come back stronger. They're not letting that happen for a second time again, and that was the exact same case here. It was a night and day difference from the SRG we saw when they first played against Ghost. There was a lot more cohesion between the players. Their reads and rotations were on point. It was a completely different defense side and half that we saw too from that first matchup. And I think Ghost, they just really struggled to find an answer. They also weren't able to get some sort of advantages and some really like any advantages on the lurks. They were constantly being punished, whether that was Alexis towards that A side or Lydia. And also, I just want to give props to Lydia again. Like, the confidence coming from her is absolutely phenomenal.
That's what I wanted to start off with for sure. Props to Lydia. My hat's off to her for sure. Not only did SRG come back with a vengeance, but it's also Lydia as well. I guess you sort of feel the pressure too, having a 7 for her team, although she's been like, you know, the team was built around her for 100 Thieves in the past, but this time it's just like the winningest team that we have in North America and probably in GC as a whole here worldwide. It's a lot of pressure when you're starting your first game there, and this time she looked like she was part of that team for the longest time and also been playing the game for that longest time. I think her clutch in that pistol round was insane. Almost turned out a second clutch on the second pistol round too. Yeah, she was definitely on fire today. But I also like to say, like, the synergy for the team, it seems as though on their attack side for SRG, they had full control of everything. They mentioned it here for Ender and Mimi that Ghost Gaming weren't playing with a lot of commitment to want to really try to find information around lanes to fight for certain areas as well. And when they sort of did, SRG always had a step ahead where they actually defaulted in a different part of the map, forcing a lot of these rotates. The SRG had full control of the map and how they wanted to control it. And I also feel that the reason why you switched over to Neon for Donut instead of a Raze was just seeing, for example, how they took mountain control so easily. It's not necessarily a Neon having to jump around to find information, but she's still very quick. So if a Prowler is going to look up on the mountain and nobody's there, she's already going to close that space and then get the pick. So Donut did an excellent job playing you know, the entry for this side of Shopify Rebellion Gold, where I unfortunately believe and feel that we haven't really seen that from the Raze today on this map. It felt like paint shells weren't breaking razor vines, we weren't open in sights. It was very tough for Ghost to get their attack going.
I mean, then it's good that we got to see a little switcheroo coming out from the other side. But you've talked so much about Donut here, and I'm just like, I think we should talk to Donut instead, who is on standby for a Verizon post-match interview. Talk all the details. First off, congratulations. You're still alive in this thing. You're into the lower finals. Donut, how are you feeling?
We're feeling good. I would say we had a really good day of, or not day, weeks of track, and I guess our first match didn't really show how good it went.
I mean, we got to talk about this series because this team, Ghost Gaming, was the team to knock you down into the lower bracket. That was a 3-game series. It was fairly close. Today, it was like there was just this vengeance. That was such a strong victory. What has changed in that time since you played up against them last?
I think during our first series, we were kind of playing not to lose instead of playing to win. So I guess we were like, not nervous, but like I guess subconsciously we were thinking about like, oh, like we can't lose, blah blah. But now like we're all swinging with confidence. We all want to win, and we're just going in there with like winning mentality.
I love to see an SRG with this confidence because it feels like you're kind of unstoppable. And SRG, I mean, there has been a lot of changes heading into this main event with Lydia coming onto the roster, Alexis taking the IGL role. Is it maybe kind of a blessing in disguise to get a couple more reps in having to do this lower bracket run? Like, what's the mentality been like having to go on what could be a stressful run throughout this main event?
For sure, like being lowers, it's like you can't make any mistake because these are like last lives. I think playing more games wouldn't affect, I guess, like how much prep we've done. Like
having another game with Lexi as young more and having Lid play like more games with us, I don't think that would change anything. They're both like really good, and Lid fits in well. Like she's like perfect.
I mean, the way that she was playing with y'all today was just incredible. I love to see that. And you keep talking about this prep. You keep talking about this confidence. How are you feeling now that you have a lower finals to be prepping for tomorrow up against FlyQuest? And then after that, I mean, a finals up against SwimTry. How are you feeling during the next part of this competition?
I mean, I could say I've been here before. Like, I guess since I've been on SR, we haven't gone like lowers and play like 2 BO5s back to back. But back when I was like before SR and FlyQuest for other teams, I've done it before, so I got the reps.
Donut's just so ready for this best of 5. I mean, it's still a lot of Valorant upcoming, so I'll let you go. Get prepped, get ready. But Donut, congratulations. Good luck tomorrow. Thanks for chatting.
Thank you.
Thank you. Back over to the analyst desk. We love Donut. Emily, we were talking about that in the green room. We really, really do. And she's ready. She's ready. Best of 5 tomorrow for SRG, a lower finals up against FlyQuest Red. Whew, Emily, it's going to be a good one.
No worries. Hi, I'm actually here now. Sorry. I was just yapping to yap. You guys didn't need to hear it. Anyways, no, I was saying, Dodo, that's Bestie. And also, yes, SRG. Who's excited for tomorrow's match? I mean, SRG, it'll be fun because we do get to see more matches with them with this new revamped roster, you know, 2 best of 5s back to back, and especially going against FlyQuest Red and having to meet them, or hopefully for SRG, meet them in meet SwimTrek in the the grand finals. Oh my gosh. No, it's exciting matches heading our way, especially seeing how today kind of played out, especially in that first best of 3. I don't know. A lot of ups and a lot of downs for teams, but overall just excitement coming from me.
It's gonna be so good. Vans, this is a moment for you to check, make sure you're not muted as we pull up that bracket to really be able to summarize. Are you good, Vans?
Perfect, yeah.
Okay. We got Vans, everyone. I mean, we've talked about at length how crazy this bracket has been and how it could have just, it can just finish and conclude in any sort of way. And it's going to be 2 powerhouse teams going up against each other tomorrow, and then a new victor already sitting there potentially in the grand finals. Like, Vans, this has been so exciting to follow.
Yeah, it's super exciting, but I think the heartbreaking as well that tomorrow it's or FlyQuest or SRG going home, where, you know, whenever we've seen FlyQuest come back here in the GC scene, you would think here would always be like SRG, FlyQuest in a grand finals every single time. This is, I guess, pretty much a grand finals matchup between FlyQuest and SRG already, although if you look at the past history between these teams, FlyQuest has only won once against SRG. So hopefully this will be like the BO5 where you see a better showing from FlyQuest tomorrow than it was today, I add, honestly, but I still believe this should still be a fun one.
It's going to be so much fun. This entire bracket has been so unpredictable. We've gotten to see teams and players push to the max, and I cannot wait to see how the playoffs conclude. Reminder, the lower finals are going to be happening tomorrow and the grand finals on Friday to see who is going to be your stage 1 champions and if we have truly changed the game. But that's all for the next 2 days. That is it for us today. Thank you all so much for tuning in. We'll see you tomorrow.